Yes, but Mohammed doesn't need to get involved. Family drama isn't worth his time. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly and walked toward the door. He knew those two had come looking for him, probably hoping to gloat. A sharp voice cut the air. What are you doing here? Don't you know where you are? I'm at a friend's house. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Ping'an let out a short laugh. Shouldn't you two be minding your own business instead of lecturing me? Before anyone could fire back, Mohammed stepped forward. If I were you, I'd stop right there. This is obviously a misunderstanding. He waved a hand, dismissive. I don't want anyone disturbing lunch. If you've got nothing else to say, leave. They ate lunch at Mohammed's place. The food wasn't extravagant, but after all the cold tension earlier, the two kids dug in with genuine happiness as they ate. Mohammed leaned back and looked at Wang Ping'an. Honestly, Ping'an, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Yeah, their thinking is small, but they're still family. He smiled at his wife beside him. He'd always gotten along with his own father-in-law. Plenty of people assumed he leaned on his in-laws for support, but that couldn't be further from the truth. His restaurant, Love Island, pulled in steady profit month after month. He had nothing to stress about. He never bothered with anyone else's drama. While their table was warm with easy conversation, the mood on the other side was sour. Boss Wang had never liked Wang Ping'an. It wasn't deep hatred, just that the old Wang Ping'an had been a complete failure. A walking embarrassment. Yu was a different story. She lived for looking down on people from her high horse. Now that her life was on the upswing, she saw no reason to give her sister any respect. Everyone knew Elizabeth was drop-dead gorgeous, but having a better life, that was the real prize. All right, Mohammed, we should say goodbye. Time to head back. Wang Ping'an smiled and led his wife and kids out of Mohammed's house. He didn't spare a single glance at the neighbors in the back seat. He could feel his wife quietly crying. Their daughter stayed silent. Mohammed didn't wait long. After a short rest, he walked straight to the house next door, Boss Wang's place. President Mohammed, please, have a seat. Wang Chong scrambled to play the gracious host. Even though Mohammed had just yelled at him, sucking up was still the smart move. President Mohammed, what's your connection to that loser Wang Ping'an? Don't let him fool you. Elsa jumped in before anyone could stop her. She'd eavesdropped on everything earlier and couldn't hold back. No connection, Mohammed said flatly. He's my benefactor. Without Wang Ping'an, I wouldn't be standing where I am today. No one believed it. Wang Chong waved both hands. Impossible. I can see your family's got this all wrong. Wang Ping'an is a major figure now. You really shouldn't have crossed him. Mohammed let out a hearty laugh, then told them to read the business section more often. It would do them some good. Wang Ping'an was one of those rare entrepreneurs who dominated every headline in the financial papers. Even on a slow news day, the media would fabricate something to print as long as it had Wang Ping'an's name attached. You're saying Wang Ping'an? Elsa's legs gave out, and she sank to the floor. She didn't know what had come over her. Her chest felt hollow and bitter all at once. That's impossible. It has to be a mistake. No way. Yu's face twisted the hardest. She shook her head, denying the news reports, but the photos and the words couldn't be more clear. The Wang Ping'an of today was nothing like before. They had become upper class, out of reach. Quick, call Elizabeth. Boss Wang finally snapped out of his daze and remembered what mattered, but it was too late. His daughter wasn't answering her phone. Back home, Elizabeth tucked the kids into their rooms and lay down on the bed, lost in thought. What's on your mind? Wang Ping'an sat beside her, brushing his fingers gently across her forehead. If lunch wasn't enough, I'll cook dinner tonight. A woman should be cherished. No point in making you unhappy. I just never thought they'd be like this. she whispered. He understood her frustration completely. Changing everyone's opinion wasn't realistic. They came from two different worlds, sure, their paths crossed now and then, but eventually, there wouldn't be any ties left at all. That evening, Wang Ping'an went to the office. He'd never bothered with money or checked his accounts, but now, it was time to collect dividends from every company where he held shares. He'd let a full year slide, but half a year's payment needed to be settled. Mr. Wang, your current account balance is 35 million. Your stock holdings, though, are at 180 million. Not bad. If it weren't for Ping'an's purchase limits, those numbers could have doubled. Seeing all the retail shares bought back, he had nothing to worry about. Perfect timing, our software just launched, have you seen it? Wang Ping'an shook his head. I've been buried in other things, can you send it over now? He smiled, pulling out his phone. The device had a payment feature, so he quickly installed the stock app. From registration to running, it took only 30 seconds. By modern standards, that crawl was slow, but for this era, it was damn impressive. Not bad, all the features are there. I'm satisfied. He could toggle between screens using the buttons. The interface was clean and straightforward. But getting people to pay for it won't be easy. If the updates fall behind, it's useless. The team needs to prioritize pushing improvements. Touch screens were coming fast. Full screen touch was the next leap. That's the direction the phone industry was roaring toward, and software had to keep up. Wang Ping'an had set the pressure in motion. Now everyone else had to feel the weight. Train troops for 1,000 days, use them for one. Now it's their turn to deliver. He'd never pushed any employee before. He preferred letting them adapt at their own pace, but the second half of 2005 was a make-or-break turning point, whether he could transition all his ventures and cash in on the year-end boom. That all came down to fate now. 6 months later, a second chance surfaced in the form of foreign businessmen and their capital. Their movements were supposed to be confidential, but word got out. Smith pulled Chen Cheng aside and told him a foreign investment delegation would soon tour the entire city. For now, their eyes were on the neighboring city. Coming here was just a symbolic gesture, a formality, but Smith hoped Chen Cheng would play along and give the city a real shot. You're overthinking this. I'm nobody, why would they listen to me? Chen Cheng laughed, though he understood exactly what Smith was implying. Did I end this city? Chen Cheng had the deepest roots. If the investors went ahead and built in the other city, Smith's plan would die before it even started. Everything Chen Cheng had worked for would turn into a joke. No, you can. Only you can convince them. Smith laid out the classified details. The foreign investors wanted to build an entirely new district in the city. A development zone designed to stand out, an industrial park for international companies. So you're saying a flood of businessmen will come here to invest, to build up the city? Chen Cheng finally saw the full picture. Famous industrial zones were rare, but their growth was explosive, and they weren't just heavy industry, they were full-scale commercial economic hubs. Chen, I know you think a regional player like me doesn't have any real say, and you're right, I can't control them, but you can. Smith claimed he could get Chen Cheng a seat at the table, but the actual execution would be up to Chen Cheng alone. Win or lose, no pressure, just give it everything he had. I understand, I'll do whatever you need me to. Armed with the intel, Chen Cheng knew exactly where to shift his focus. Restaurants and retail would have to move into malls. Industrial zones like this were mostly office towers and commercial business districts. There would be shopping centers and entertainment, sure, but the main customers would be urban office workers and corporate employees. IT was different from the South Side that was downtown, but it wasn't a business district. Tell Big Phone to start getting ready. If we wait until the office buildings go up, it'll be too late. Chen Cheng felt certain about his chances. He told Big Feng to lay the groundwork immediately. The foreign delegation arrived fast. Smith hosted them at the Grand Court Hotel. Chen, I went all out this time. Entertaining these people cost me an entire year's salary. Smith had bet everything on Chen Cheng. The so-called entertainment was really just buying the two of them a seat at the table. Smith, thank you for the hospitality. We're old friends, but there's something I need to say. Smith's stomach dropped. Some other city must have gotten to them. Ungrateful bastards. If they were going to flip, why drag him into it? Go ahead, go ahead. He forced a smile, even as fury simmered beneath the surface. He couldn't afford to offend them. We've decided this city doesn't have much to offer. We'll set up the industrial zone in the neighboring city instead. In that moment, Smith wanted to die. He had known it the second they opened their mouths, but hearing it out loud cut deeper. I don't think that's right, Chen Cheng cut in. This city holds a lot you haven't seen yet. The future is here. You don't want your investments to go to waste, do you? This was a golden opportunity for Chen Cheng. If he could land these foreigners, he would save himself 5 years of work. With their capital flooding in, this place would skyrocket. And you are? The lead foreigner, an older man, frowned when he noticed an unfamiliar mainlander in the room. My name is Chen Cheng. I'm a businessman, same as you. I'm curious, though, what exactly makes our city worse than the neighbor? Chen Cheng smiled, genuinely puzzled about what the other city had that theirs lacked: development potential, prospects, transportation infrastructure. The man was blunt, but development was the same across every city in the region. This was 2005. Every industry was brand new. No clear leader had emerged. Prospects were anyone's guess, just a convenient excuse. Transportation wasn't a real issue either. Once a city began to grow, infrastructure would follow fast. Sir, I didn't catch your name, but I hope you'll take a second look at our city. I'm not begging for your investment. I'm telling you this place has more than enough to make you want to stay. Chen Cheng slid a brochure across the table. It was the master plan for Phase 2 of his factory complex, packed with details. Most of it was renderings, but a full-scale industrial park was the kind of thing that could make anyone's jaw drop. Holy hell, this is massive. One of the investors couldn't hold back. They had never seen anything like it. And this is our current road plan and zoning map, city center and suburbs. I guarantee the future development focus will land exactly where you want to invest. When he finished, the foreigner went quiet, studying Chen Cheng. No one had ever laid it out for him like that before. Do you understand that investment is a long game? You can't see results overnight. Even several years of construction won't show you anything dramatic. Changing a city was brutally hard, especially with no payoff in sight. If we're talking about a businessman's dream and vision, let's skip straight to profit. I can promise you this. Whatever the neighboring city offered, we'll give you 10 times more. Chen Cheng took a long drink of wine. He had been talking so fast he nearly lost his breath. For the next 5 minutes, the investors huddled together, murmuring. Chen Cheng's analysis made sense. And he was clearly a man of weight. Those factories weren't something just anyone could own. We're willing to accept your proposal, one of the foreigners said, shooting Chen Cheng a sly look. But if the investment fails, we'll be the ones taking the risk, so we expect you to share that burden with us. The implication was unmistakable. Sure, I'll share the risk with you, so how about you all cover half my commission? Wang Ping'an wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what they were angling for, and that one line shut it down. Business was business. You didn't play games like that. The whole room burst into laughter. The old man extended his hand, a grudging smile tugging at his lips. You're the toughest negotiator I've ever met. I have to respect that. We'll invest here unconditionally. Hope you'll help us out. His tone had done a complete 180. Wang had shown his hand, and it was a winning one. It's nothing. I just want to give something back to my hometown. But you were right about one thing, this place really does have potential. The truth was, Wang understood them better than they understood themselves. Nobody paid that much attention to a stranger unless you forced them to, and he had definitely forced them to pay attention. After the meal, they signed the contract. Only then did the investors realize exactly who they were dealing with. The old man turned to Ziegler. Ziegler, I have to say, this investment was worth it. Wang really helped you out. Ziegler smiled, shaking hands with his old friend. You flatter me, old Jiang. I just want my own life to get a little easier. The tension between them was finally gone, all thanks to Wang. Without that move, Ziegler would never have had things go this smoothly. Feng Yang pulled him aside. Brother, have they decided the zones yet? I've already bought 3 locations. He added that all the liquid capital in the account was gone, but if they wanted to keep investing, they'd have to borrow. No need to borrow. I've got money. Wang transferred 5 million into the company account for operations, then he spread the map across the table and started marking plots. First thing, the 2-lane roads were out, no future in them as a development trend. Buying them would only be for appreciation, but tearing them down wasn't worth it. If you demolished, it wasn't yours anymore unless you owned the whole block, and that was next to impossible. Look at the main streets. If you see a good property, buy it outright. I'll handle the money. Wang spoke with total confidence. He waved for Feng Yang to go all in. A person's potential only showed when you pushed them. You couldn't spend your whole life just managing finances, though that was important too. He wanted Feng Yang to be well-rounded. This was a learning opportunity, and at this point, Feng Yang could already talk to businessmen without pressure or awkwardness. Ziegler approached, his grip firm as he clasped Wang's hand. Wang, thank you for today. Without you, I wouldn't have earned their trust. Don't say that. Wang smiled and shook back. This was just a reflection of his own strength. It had little to do with any help he might have given. At the same time, without Ziegler's network, Wang wouldn't have been able to expand his channels outside the city. Mutual benefit. That's how the business circle worked. If you only thought about yourself, there was no room to grow. By the way, they should start dividing the zones in the next 2 days. I'm going to invest too. Brother Wang, do you have any ideas? We could do this together. As a foreign investor, Ziegler still had capital, plus, with foreign investment, they'd get a lot of benefits and support. It was a good opportunity. What do you think about setting up a joint venture? I think some industries have real potential. Wang said the city was lacking in 3 major sectors: comprehensive commercial, light industry, and services. You want to start with comprehensive commercial. What's your plan? Ziegler couldn't quite grab hold of Wang's logic yet, but he knew if Wang had an idea, he'd already thought it through to the bone. I need the full list of industries these foreign investors are in, and their primary revenue streams. On top of that, we need to avoid every single one of their businesses. Wang explained that way they'd face no direct competition and could stand out. Trying to compete with people who already had a foundation wasn't smart. Better to build your own rise and make them compete with you. That was the real way to make money. If you couldn't even plan that out, it was a shame. Give me 1 night. I'll consolidate everything and send it to you by tomorrow morning. But you need to know, their capital chain is bigger than ours. We can only rely on ourselves. Ziegler gave him an honest number. He only had 300 million in liquid capital. Not enough to make a huge dent. That was enough. Wang knew what he needed. He'd have to put in another 300 million himself. With a combined 600 million in flow, They could split the equity with Ziegler holding steady and clean. That was the future. Joint ventures were popular. With the industrial zone being built, their prospects were bright. That evening, Wang gathered all of Wang Chong's sales team. Their new assignment had nothing to do with promoting food anymore. After 2 months of training, you now know what sales is. Your pitch, your thinking, it's all improved. Wang could see it from the numbers. Wang Chong's reports were detailed, nothing slipped through. Now I'm going to teach you about marketing. It might be new to you, but let me tell you, this is the trend for the next few decades. Then Wang broke it down, what marketing was, how to do it, and how to use your sales identity to communicate with your customer base. Signing a contract isn't as simple as you think. There's another model to close deals. He taught them a sales technique called closing the pressure. Whoa, there's a way like that. Wang Chong was stunned. They'd never talked to a client that way before. Times have changed. Playing small isn't what sales should do. We've got enough product supply to back you up. You need to have confidence. Wang told them that from now on, the company would have their backs. Every salesperson was a legitimate employee, no different from anyone else. In fact, they were the most critical link in creating profit for the company. A company could survive without an admin, but a sales team was irreplaceable. One of the younger salesmen leaned in and whispered, Wang Chong, what's the boss getting at? Is he giving us a pep talk? What do you think? He's recognizing us. From now on, the sales department is going to be the hottest department at Shun Group. Wang Chong grinned. He could already see the shape of the future, and it looked like a golden age for anyone who knew how to sell. Outside the window, the city lights glittered against the dark sky. Wang Ping'an stood at the edge of the conference room, listening to the sudden burst of energy from his team. The sound of ambition, real, hungry ambition, filled the air. He didn't smile often, but tonight, the corner of his mouth lifted just slightly. He was building something, and every person in this room was about to become part of the foundation. His phone buzzed. A message from Ziegler. First batch of industry data coming through now. You're going to want to see this. Wang typed back 2 words, send it. The game was already moving, and he planned to stay 3 steps ahead. Chen Cheng didn't ask much of his employees except when it came to sales. Then his expectations turned ruthless. He knew exactly how critical sales were in the modern business world, and that was precisely why he threw everything he had into expanding the market. Wang Khan is a real talent. Isn't it kind of a waste keeping him as the sales team lead? I think he'd be a better fit for upper management, Da Feng said. Da Feng genuinely believed Wang Khan's skills were exceptional, especially for a college grad. There was no reason for him to spend his days buried in sales meetings. You've got it wrong. Sales is where the real money is, and Wang Khan was born for it. Down the road, I might move him into PR. Chen Cheng replied. He knew the concept of PR was still hazy in this era, so he had to groom talent slowly. A qualified salesperson didn't just own their product, they owned their company and their career. Only then could they keep pulling off miracles. That was his whole purpose, too. That makes sense. Now I get why Wang Khan climbed so fast. Da Feng nodded, genuinely impressed. Not many people caught on to Chen Cheng's deliberate moves, but he was starting to see it. This is still just the beginning. Our market lives or dies on these salespeople. Without them, we're completely screwed. Chen Cheng smiled wryly. He wasn't exaggerating. If anything, he was underselling it. If anyone disagreed, he was open to adjustments. But nobody objected. The sales team already had high hopes for their careers, especially after tasting success with the new channels. None of that would have been possible before. Listen up, everyone. In a situation like this, the only way to lead the future is to map out every single route until you know it cold, Wang Khan said, pulling out his notebook. He'd documented every conversation he'd ever had with a client. Take a good look. This lays out exactly what to do for each type of customer. He passed the notebook around for everyone to read. Chen Cheng stood by the door, listening. He hadn't taught Wang Khan any of this, the guy had figured it out on his own. His ability to absorb information was incredible. As long as Chen Cheng hit the key points, Wang Khan remembered everything. Let me jump in here, Chen Cheng said, walking into the room with a smile. He explained that for different customer groups, they had to nail every aspect of service. A company's long-term survival depended on understanding market needs and doing proper research. That was the foundation for everything else. Otherwise, all they'd be left with was a mountain of messes draining their energy. Plenty of companies crashed into the abyss because they ignored this. I want every single one of you to listen carefully. Make service a core part of who you are. In his mind, sales was service. Use service to draw people in, attract sponsors, and close deal after deal. That was their real edge, the only way to consolidate every client resource right in their hands. I'm giving each of you a phone starting now. You need to practice communicating over the phone. I know you've all got great speaking skills, but when you can't meet face to face, you still have to figure out what the other person is thinking. With that, Chen Cheng waved and walked out. He'd said enough. No point dragging it out. Bro Khan, the market really needs phones. If we had them, we wouldn't have missed so many opportunities. Chen Cheng had already thought of that. The reason he hadn't given them phones from the start was to force them to learn how to read people in person. A salesperson had to communicate face-to-face with clients. The phone was just another tool, but phones were expensive now, over $1,000 for a basic flip model. Makes me want to upgrade my own phone too. Chen Cheng had considered expanding into the mobile industry, but investing now would just be throwing money away. The smartphone era was still 5 years off. Everything on the market right now was a prototype, lacking real capability. Look up an electronics company for me. It's called Lianfa. Chen Cheng knew Lianfa was virtually unknown at the moment, but the trend would shift in a few years. To make money, he had to fill the gap over those 5 years. Lianfa's products were cheap and durable even if they became obsolete later. 5 years was enough to establish his dominance. Who could predict the future anyway? In practice, even pushing it back a year or two wouldn't be unreasonable. Lianfa, is that even a real electronics name? Da Feng was baffled. He'd never heard of any Lianfa or anything similar, but whatever Chen Cheng asked, he'd do it. No big deal. That evening, some business owners invited Chen Cheng out again. Their message was clear. They wanted to pay more and double their contracts. You're putting me in a tough spot. I've got plenty of factories, but I can't exactly run them around the clock, Chen Cheng said with a laugh as he greeted them. Mr. Chen, that's not what we mean. Listen, we've been thinking hard the past couple of days. It's the logistics and shipping costs that bother us. We figured it'd be better to just double the order. Since their products weren't food-related, shelf life wasn't an issue. As long as production was possible, they were good. They wanted speed and volume, so they were requesting a new contract on top of the original one. Signing a new contract is fine, but of course the price will double too. No objections, I hope? Chen Cheng asked with a smile. He told them that in the second half of the year, he might be undergoing a business transformation, so all future communication would be by phone. Great, we all have phones. Feel free to reach out anytime, Mr. Chen. Some of the owners had picked up on Chen Cheng's mention of transformation. What exactly did that mean? For a businessman, how to pivot was a critical question. Mr. Chen, what direction are you planning to take? I can't figure it out, Boss CHA said, clapping Chen Cheng on the shoulder and lowering his voice to signal he wanted in on it. "I'm not saying no to anyone," Wang Ping'an said, "but it depends on how much cash you've got. 10 million works, 50 million works even better." Boss Wang stared, mouth half open. What kind of talk was that? Since when did 10 million yuan sound so casual? "You still don't get it," Wang Ping'an said. "A million in my hands makes money that in yours. It might as well be worthless." He laid it out. Give him the capital, and he'd deliver returns. They would see his real worth when the next valuation hit. They had barely met. They hadn't closed a single deal. But Boss Wang wasn't about to let this chance slip. He admitted his liquid cash was limited, only 50 million, but he wanted to know the timeline. 50 million is a little tight, Wang Ping'an said. "Dead sure, I can only promise to double it." He rattled off his account number. It wasn't just 150 million commitment. Most of the bosses threw in 10 or 20 million to test the waters. A few matched Boss Wang's amount. By the time the last check came in, Wang Ping'an's total hit 800 million, and this was only the beginning. "Thank you for trusting me," Wang Ping'an said with a smile, gathering the contracts. "I guarantee you'll see your assets grow within 3 months. Now he needed to get these funds sorted. To him, these bosses were no different from ATMs, and they were enjoying the ride, blissfully unaware. "Looks like everyone's satisfied," he announced. "Tonight's on me. We drink until we drop." This was a real win, so Wang Ping'an made an exception and called in his sales team. He introduced them as top executives from his company, here to celebrate. But everyone in the room knew the truth. These salespeople were sharp operators. This was the best training ground they would ever have. "Boss, you sure about this?" Wang Feng muttered, uneasy. "What if one of them gets drunk and runs his mouth?" "They won't," Wang Ping'an said. "They like to show off, but they know when to shut up." He trusted them. This was their chance to shine. All they had to do was seize it, and nothing would be out of reach. Sales had to build relationships with clients like these. When the moment called for brotherhood, they couldn't afford to hesitate. "I swear, you're always cooking up something big," Wang Feng said, shaking his head with a grin. "Every day I understand you a little less." He meant it, and that was exactly why he would follow Wang Ping'an through anything. That night, every boss drank until they couldn't anymore. When they were done, they stumbled off to their rooms and crashed. Wang Ping'an looked at his salespeople sprawled across the tables and shook his head. Their tolerance was lacking. He would pick the ones who could hold their liquor and had potential to groom the rest. If they couldn't handle it, they shouldn't come to these events. He knew business got done over drinks. As long as his sales team could hold their own, they would drink freely. He didn't mind the booze. If this environment turned them into better men, every drop was worth it. "Feng Yang's here to pick me up," Wang Ping'an told Wang Feng. "Get them rooms and settle the bill. Put it on the company tab." He could afford it. "Big bro, looks like tonight was a total win," Feng Yang said, catching the excitement in Wang Ping'an's eyes. "You're not gonna believe this, but I've got 800 million now." Feng Yang hit the brakes. "Holy shit, 800 million. That was insane. I'm making a big move," Wang Ping'an said. "It'll decide whether our company reaches the top. Right now, anyone else would think his plan was crazy, but 3 months from now, they'd change their minds. A true player was already mapping out the future. If he could strike that spark, Wang Ping'an would slice through the competition like a hot knife through butter. "This is old Jiang, head of the industrial zone, and this is Wang Ping'an, owner of the food processing plant." Wang Feng played middleman. Funny how things worked out. On his very first sales call, he had met old Jiang, the guy who had tried to poach him. Wang Feng had turned him down flat. Old Jiang only agreed to this meeting out of respect for Wang Feng, but the moment he saw Wang Ping'an in person, everything shifted. Old Jiang studied him for a long beat, then quickly reached out to shake his hand. "Mr. Wang, I've heard so much about you. I've been wanting to meet you. I had no idea you were this young." The man knew how to flatter. He also knew exactly how to handle this kind of conversation. "I'm here about one thing, Director Jiang," Wang Ping'an said. "I want to buy land. My food business is expanding, and I've got my eye on the industrial zone. The whole zone is huge, dozens of kilometers long," old Jiang said with a curious smile. "Which section are you looking at?" "Near Jingda Road, that area, the whole stretch, every last plot." "So blunt." It left the man speechless. Old Jiang hesitated, not sure how to respond. Finally, he nodded. "And the funding?" Old Jiang asked carefully, "Because that would be commercial land." Jingda Road zoning was commercial, so the price would follow that standard, but that was only part of it. A large portion of the area wasn't commercial at all. "Do it your way," Wang Ping'an said, "because I don't just want that one spot." He gestured toward the entire lakeshore. "I want the development rights for the whole east side. I'm going to build a real lakefront district." "What the hell?" Old Jiang was stunned. He had no idea what Wang Ping'an was planning. Why would one man want that much land and the development rights for the entire lakeside? It was unheard of. "Just give me a price," Wang Ping'an said with a smile. "Whatever it is, I'll pay." That was his little goal. Once he achieved it, nothing would hold him back. 300 million. That covers all the storefronts plus the entire lakeside development. But the property rights aren't yours. Commercial land only gives you a 70-year lease. Jiang Xin was giving Chen Cheng a rough estimate, and 300 million was conservative. Nobody wanted to build a commercial strip in an industrial zone. Most people considered it a dead end. The area was barren, practically deserted. No one would come here even if you paid them. So a huge amount of real estate sat unsold and unfinished. It's all about positioning. Every place needs its own identity, right? Otherwise, how do you stand out? Chen Cheng allowed himself a small smile. He added that there were a few more sites to consider, and he planned to put up an office tower on the lakeside foundation. Jiang Xin sucked in a sharp breath. Was he out of his mind? His brain couldn't keep up. "You heard me right. I want to build an office building. Nothing too tall, just 30 floors. Chen Cheng grinned and told Jiang Xin he needed him to find a construction crew, and it had to be reliable. The deeper they went, the harder it would be to book crews, because once development kicked off, it would be full-scale construction everywhere. Who knew how much cash those foreign investors had stashed? They never seemed to touch a bank. They always had piles of money on hand. "I'll have to think this over carefully. I don't have the authority to approve that plot of land." Jiang Xin was only an office director. He could handle small stuff, but big decisions required approval from higher up. If the district's development office gave the green light, then Chen Cheng could break ground early. Time was tight. So Chen Cheng decided to ride with Jiang Xin to the development office. He had to get ahead of those other investors before they made up their minds. On the way, he shot a message to Smith. "Do whatever it takes to stall those investors. Don't let them cross paths with me. Your call came just in time. Those guys were about to head over themselves." Smith let out a huge breath. They'd almost blown it. "Forget the timing. I'm handling the office building now. Hold them off for 30 minutes. Chen Cheng wasn't sure he'd need the full half hour, but he hoped Smith could buy him that much. The development office. Chen Cheng got straight to the point with Jiang Xin's boss, Zhong Yu, the head of the office. "Director Zhong, I'm sure Xiao Jiang has filled you in. I want to build a 30-story office tower on Wendy Road." Chen Cheng said his timeline was 6 months to a year, so he needed the office's sign-off and approval. "No problem. But are you sure about putting it in the industrial zone? This place is a wasteland, you know." Zhong Yu chuckled. The plan seemed way too reckless. Actually, no. I wouldn't do this unless I was confident. I'm sure it'll work. Chen Cheng explained that his biggest goal was to solve the city's labor problem, and this office tower would help retain industrial and commercial talent. Those people were the backbone of keeping the city young and dynamic. That's why he was so determined to push it through. So you're a businessman with a conscience? Zhong Yu sneered. Then why not set up shop somewhere else? The south seems more suitable for development. Wouldn't that be more practical? The jab was aimed straight at Chen Cheng, forcing him to reconsider. Young people rushing into things was never good. You had to be steady. I've got a conscience, but I'm not a businessman yet. Just small time. But honestly, I'm building here because the industrial zone is cheap. I don't have that much capital. Chen Cheng knew Zhong Yu was trying to block him, so he cut off every argument before it could even start. He left no room for objections, and Zhong Yu had no choice but to approve the project. Fine, I'll give you a chance, but don't leave it unfinished. Zhong Yu was still worried about whether Chen Cheng could pull it off. If he failed, Zhong Yu's own position as head of the office might be at risk. The whole process took exactly 30 minutes. By the time Chen Cheng walked out with the authorization and development templates, the foreign investors were just walking in. You scared the hell out of me. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw your car. Smith was still shaking. He told Chen Cheng never to pull a stunt like that again. Too unpredictable. His heart couldn't take it. No need to worry now. Zhong Yu is probably going to kick himself when he finds out what he just approved. With the development rights now in hand, Chen Cheng pulled all of Smith's funds back into play. He needed Jiang Xin to find him a construction crew, tear it all down and start fresh. Contract every crew you can find. Chen Cheng had high standards for construction. At least 10 years of experience for the main crews. Smaller teams could handle the later stages, but the foundation couldn't be sloppy. I get it. I'll have Wang Khan give you the price. Leave it to me. Jiang Xin didn't mention any commission. He knew Chen Cheng would pay him fairly. More than that, he wanted to use this opportunity to get in with Chen Cheng, the city's biggest rising star. You couldn't afford to miss that connection. And this was only the beginning. Jiang Xin's step forward was what gave Chen Cheng's development real meaning. The whole lakeside project is complicated, so I'm not going with local crews. Chen Cheng wanted modern architecture. Traditional Chinese style was out. The environment needed to be relaxing, so modern decor was the way to go. The buildings around the lake couldn't exceed 4 stories, and they should be staggered for visual interest. Of course, the key was a landmark building, something instantly recognizable. Once the area took off, whether he rented or sold, it would be a great deal. And honestly, if things went well, there was no reason to sell any of it. Wait, someone already developed it. The foreign investors stared at each other, baffled. How had someone gotten a head start? Before they could press for details, Smith cut in with an easy laugh. He hinted this wasn't something to broadcast. The more people who caught wind, the higher prices would climb, and that would only hurt their own development plans. Encouraging foreign investment was the whole point, so the development office got the green light and the funding. $0.5 billion was pouring into the joint project. We have no objections, but we're putting in serious capital every year. It all depends on how you manage things. These investors were seasoned players. They made it clear they weren't just building a shopping plaza. They wanted schools, everything they could imagine, and even things they hadn't thought of yet. No problem. The moment the paperwork comes down from above, we'll break ground. Within a day, news of the industrial zone plan exploded through the city like a bomb. Total miscalculation. We shouldn't have held out for more money. Everyone knew property prices and living costs were about to skyrocket, but they had no choice. The surge was already underway. Without cash, you couldn't play the game. Industrial zone. CEO Ma was staring at the proposal when his phone rang. Chen Cheng. Those foreign investors already signed the contract. Just signed. I need speed fruit to move in fast, or we'll miss the window. Chen Cheng laid out what he needed: a massive supermarket, rooftop parking, underground access, prepped for future renovations. Do you have any idea what that costs? 10 times the budget of a regular store. CEO Ma didn't pull punches. He wanted Chen Cheng to think this through. I know exactly what it costs. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Prices will jump 20-fold in a month. Turns out, Chen Cheng was underestimating the pace. In just 3 days, commercial land prices tripled, and they were still climbing. Some were already predicting the whole area would become the city's new core. They're still underestimating the Southern Development Zone. A city center is a city center, and a commercial district is just a commercial district. Chen Cheng said it flatly. Not every business hub becomes a downtown. That might be true in other places, but not here. Around the same time, Southern construction was finally on schedule. The 6-month mark hit, and city planners were already mapping streets. Damn, Chen Cheng called every single shot. I never would have guessed it. Tang Xing let out a low whistle. He wasn't alone. Everyone in the know was blown away by how accurate his predictions had been. I'm happy with my wholesale shop, Huang Tenghui grinned, already picturing his future. Old Mo, why not bring your Houting chain here? Come on, I'm a minor shareholder. You think I've got that kind of pull? Mo Yufar waved it off. He wasn't sure he had any real say. Don't think like that. That prime location is history now. If you ask the old man for the family savings and scrape together what you have, you can still swing it. Mo Yufar couldn't hold back anymore. He nodded and agreed on the spot. Almost every business owner in the city scrambled. Even the low-key developers poured in massive investments. They all knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot. If the project took off, waiting 5 years would be worth it. Hell, 10. Honestly, we've got the wind at our backs now. Tang Xing laughed, shaking his head. A while back, I wouldn't have dared dream this big. Their little circle had risen because of Chen Cheng. Don't say that. You're all with me now. Let's hear your thoughts on the road ahead. Chen Cheng pointed out that current tech wasn't cutting edge, but that wouldn't last. If they stayed put, they'd fall behind. Tang Xing's plastic factory especially needed new equipment and fresh ideas. You know ABS. Keep 2 production lines for that. Switch the rest to PVC or PP. Chen Cheng explained that ABS would dominate the market. It was already standard overseas, lighter, tougher, way better than traditional soft plastics. Fine, I'll do whatever you say. By now, if Chen Cheng said go east, no one went west. His word was gospel. Want to strike it rich? Follow Chen Cheng. Last but not least, Chen Cheng's own business. The brokerage he'd acquired took the top 5 floors of the office tower. He kept the old systems but turned the rest into his workspace. Plenty of people couldn't figure out why he'd waste prime real estate on a securities firm instead of his food factory. It made no sense to them. Simple. Food is food. It's down to earth. Doesn't need many office workers. A securities firm was different. Every department had to coordinate, and it was a good base for R&D later. Plus, as software technology matured, Chen Cheng could move fast. IT was all calculated in advance. No need to change course. Then, what about our amusement park? Shun Ming lowered his voice. They'd sunk so much money into it. There was no way they'd miss this wave. Keep the original park and keep upgrading it. I'm planning a new one in the industrial zone. Chen Cheng said the new park didn't need to be huge. It was mainly for residents. The suburban one was different, a real scenic area, the city's showpiece. They had to get that right no matter what. Shen Ming had nothing to argue. Fine, he'd trust Chen Cheng this time. Not like he had the cash to do otherwise. If he did, he'd have followed Chen Cheng's lead anyway, but he didn't know Chen Cheng wasn't short on money. He had more than enough to keep things moving. The stock's probably hit the daily limit by now, but if it keeps up, riding the wave for easy money shouldn't be a problem. Chen Cheng knew Huafeng couldn't climb much higher. It had already peaked, with no new buyers getting in. Market regulation would hold it back. Best they could hope for was a slow, steady rise. Business was taking off. Chen Cheng figured it was time they started living differently. First thing he did was buy a brand new Porsche. He used it for work, something understated, not flashy, but when he drove to the factory, he still took the Santana. The factory car had to be practical. How's recruitment coming along? We need specialists and management reserves. Chen Cheng set the bar at college graduates. Anyone who applied got hired on one condition: 3 months on the factory floor. If they passed, he'd move them into management. Back then, college grads were rare. Having them made everything easier. Education was the foundation. And Chen Cheng saw that clearly. He didn't think he was wrong. Aren't we setting the bar too high? Da Feng muttered, a lot of people only finished high school. We can't just turn them all away. He wasn't exactly a scholar himself. That's the requirement for management. Chen Cheng patted Da Feng on the shoulder. If you've got time, go get a diploma. You need to know accounting. Plenty of people had changed their lives through hard work. The world could survive without money, but education, that was non-negotiable. High school graduates go to the factory or logistics, nothing else. Chen Cheng made it clear that even basic hiring required selection. He wouldn't take just anyone. People without an education couldn't communicate well, let alone understand workflow or machinery. Still, the long-time workers who wanted to improve could stay. They'd become the core of training. You had to admit Chen Cheng had every link under tight control. He hadn't made a single wrong move. I really admire your execution, Zhu Kaiyang said, clearly impressed. I can't believe how much this city has changed in just a few days. So, no bonuses or dividends until the end of the year, but I have a gift in mind for all of you. Chen Cheng told them they'd see what it was in 6 months. Nothing was set in stone. Da Feng kept pressing for details, but Chen Cheng just smiled and steered the conversation elsewhere. It was a secret. Fine, bro, I can see you love stringing us along. I'm done asking. Da Feng shook his head, giving up. Chen Cheng laughed. That was the end of it. For days, he came home in a great mood. Zhongyi couldn't figure out what had gotten into her husband. He couldn't seem to stop grinning. Chen Cheng, come on. It's just a little business, she said, rolling her eyes at his goofy energy. Wife, you are one step closer to being a rich wife, and I'm not kidding. This time we're almost there. He laughed and pulled her into his arms. For a split second, the thought of retirement crossed his mind, but he pushed it away fast. Who knew what would happen? All right, as long as you come home happy and remember what being a father really means, she told him. The kids are growing up fast. I'm already worrying about buying them houses. Chen Cheng thought long-term. Xiao Fei would need a place someday, and Yu deserved a proper home when she got married, but he'd have the final say. No question. Fine. Let's eat. He clapped his hands and lifted his daughter onto the table. Both kids had put on weight and shot up in height. Daddy, the teacher scolded brother today. He accidentally threw someone's book in the trash, Yu said in her tiny voice. Xiao Fei kept his head down. What happened, Xiao Fei? Tell Dad why you threw his book away. Chen Cheng watched his son carefully. He could sense a spark of rebellion that wasn't supposed to be there. As head of the house, he decided Xiao Fei would wait half an hour for dinner. I'll wait with you. Half an hour. Come with me. He closed the door behind them. Father and son sat face to face on the balcony. No one else is here. Son, tell me what happened. Dad, Lin Haitao said something today. He said my dad never comes to parent meetings, so I don't have a dad. Chen Cheng laughed. That was it. His son had done the right thing, no mistake there, but he couldn't let that attitude grow unchecked. Patiently, he explained, good boy, next time, just explain. Tell him your dad is busy and doesn't have time yet. He pinched his son's chubby cheek. So cute, but there's a parent meeting tomorrow. Does mom have to go again? Xiao Fei fidgeted with his fingers, upset. Dad will go, mom will wait at home for us. Chen Cheng ruffled his son's hair and picked him up. You're growing up. I want you to be a solid, honest man. He checked his watch. Only 15 minutes had passed. They'd wait the full half hour today. He'd teach his son about responsibility and that a man's word was his bond. After 30 minutes, Zhongyi opened the door with a smile. Come on, you two. Dinner's ready. Xiao Fei sat down again, happy. He didn't mind the wait, because his dad had backed him up. Once the kids were in bed, Chen Cheng told Zhongyi the plan. I'll go to the parent meeting tomorrow. Did the sun rise in the west, Mr. Chen? This is a first. She laughed, curious why he was suddenly so proactive. It's a secret between men, so I can't tell you. Behave. The teachers here are dedicated, so don't say anything stupid. Zhongyi kept drilling it into him. First impressions mattered. Especially now, their son had just screwed up, and this conference would absolutely zero in on it. I swear I'm back in school. We never had to deal with this stuff. Chen Cheng laughed under his breath. He was probably more nervous than his kid. What rattled a ruthless business tycoon like this? He honestly had no clue. Turned out the parent-teacher conference was just an open class. Afterward, parents gave feedback to the teacher. Hey, your kid in here too? A middle-aged man with a friendly, unassuming face greeted Chen Cheng, his smile a little awkward. Yeah, running late, huh? Chen Cheng scooted his chair to make room. Tell me about it. The school jerks us around, and we can't even skip. I've got a million things at my company. The man's eyes kept flicking to his phone, clearly managing some headache. It's our responsibility, someone has to show, right? Chen Cheng smiled and straightened up, waiting for the homeroom teacher. He'd expected a stifling hour, but the teacher's style was actually good. It felt like a college lecture, lively, kids fully engaged. By the way, where's your kid sitting? The man tried to start a conversation. Third row, far corner, and fourth row, far left. Chen Cheng kept his voice low, but the teacher caught them. She shot them a glare, let it slide for a moment, then right in the middle of the lesson called them out for disrupting the class and kicked them out. Well, that's embarrassing. You think our kids'll come claim us? The man sighed, still glued to his phone, tapping out messages. They'll come. No big deal, though you don't seem all that embarrassed. Chen Cheng said it flat. The guy was kind of amusing, a total workaholic. They had to wait until class ended for the kids to retrieve them. You two adults, the kids are learning up front, and you two observers made more noise than I did. The teacher folded her arms. Yes, you're right. We got a little carried away. The lesson hit a little too close to home. The man flashed a sheepish grin, then added he loved the class and would absolutely come more often. Good. Xiaofei's dad, your son's issue isn't huge. What I want to discuss is his day-to-day behavior. She motioned for them to sit. I'm sure you know what happened. Xiaofei hid in Zayu's textbook. There's a reason, of course, and Zayu said something he shouldn't have to Xiaofei. At the mention of Zayu, the man laughed again. I know my kid had no business saying that, but look, I'm here with Xiaofei's dad, and we get along great, teacher. He gave Chen Cheng a playful punch like they were old friends. Alright, you both see it clearly. Adults shouldn't drag this out. The goal is to help the kids get past it, right? The teacher then walked them through a few education case studies and theories, driving home what real parenting meant. You're both educated men. I won't say more. I hope you two come again next time. With that, she ushered them out, saying she had lessons to prep day. As they walked from the classroom to the school gate, and Tong kept trying to strike up a conversation with Chen Cheng. He couldn't figure out why the guy never asked what he did at every other parent-teacher conference. He was treated like a VIP. Aren't you curious what I do? Not really. Chen Cheng's face stayed blank. He didn't even glance at the man's Audi. I'm in business, swamped all the time. And Tong clicked his key fob and offered Chen Cheng a ride. You're too busy to drive me. Besides, I've got things to handle. Chen Cheng walked toward his own car, a brand new Porsche. And Tong's jaw nearly hit the ground. He'd been wondering whose Porsche that was. It was Chen Cheng's. Buddy, can I buy you a cup of tea? Half an hour later, in a tea restaurant, and Tong actually shut off his phone for the first time all day. Chen Xiaofei's dad, I'm an Tong. CEO of the In Group. I've heard of it, the In Group that used to have a lock on the city's packaged food industry, but your outfit's not looking so shiny right now. I might be able to help. Chen Cheng said it casually, clocking An Tong's uncomfortable expression. An Tong had been studying Chen Cheng since they sat down. The face was familiar, but he couldn't place it. When the teacher mentioned the surname Chen, he knew he should know it, but not the full name. Hang on, you can't be Chen Cheng? That's right, reputation precedes me, I take it. Chen Cheng nodded, cool and even. No waiter, so your boss Chen. I knew there was something about you. And Tong launched into small talk, saying he'd once been the biggest distributor for Chen Cheng's food factory. Too bad. You were my distributor, but you cancelled the contract right before I founded E. And Tong's face flushed, but he was famous for a thick hide. So what? Water under the bridge. But I don't hold grudges. Your system was solid, just way too hasty. Chen Cheng leaned back. If it were me, I'd never have formed a group in the first half of the year. Sure, the scale expanded, but urban demand was shrinking. That was the fatal move. Not gonna lie, we've got a massive hole in the company right now. It all comes down to whether we can land that order in 2 weeks. And Tong explained he had $1 million contract in hand. If he could just close it, he'd break even. That doesn't mean a thing. Even if you recover this month, you're dead next month. Your whole business model is broken. Chen Cheng pointed out the food industry had shifted. Keep playing it this way, and sooner or later it would catch up with him. So you think I need to switch models? But I can't just throw away all the channels I busted my ass to build, can I? And Tong sounded defeated. Those same channels had made him and were now crushing him. The distribution agreements had him locked in a holding pattern, and more partners and suppliers were bailing every day. Look at the current system. We don't work with any third-party companies anymore. Everyone runs their own channels and distribution. The old model bleeds small distributors dry with fees and markups. Chen Cheng laid it out. Most people preferred direct, point-to-point deals. Cutting out the middleman was simpler and way more profitable. The old system was obsolete. So what am I supposed to do now? I can't just let everything sink. And Tong sounded like he was about to cry. He was crushed. Hopeless. You've got 2 options. Point 1. Keep banging your head against the wall until you break. Point 2. Consolidate your resources. Chen Cheng told him straight that his current plan was way too risky for anyone in business. It was a massive gamble, especially with market share this low. The food industry couldn't sustain those kind of commissions. The best outcome for Ntong was to change direction. That was the only way to survive. You're right, but I can't just let my company fall apart. Who do I even turn to? He asked Chen Cheng if he could help fulfill that order, and then he'd pivot right after. Honestly, you don't need a full pivot, just change your operating model, switch to imports. Chen Cheng gave him his first clear path. Get into the import business. That was the biggest gap in the city right now. If Ntong could secure supply lines for imported food, he'd stay afloat. All he'd be doing was shifting from middleman to distributor. His existing channels should still work. If only it were that easy. I'm putting everything on you, man. Don't let me go under. Ntong was placing all his hopes on Chen Cheng. He had no other options left. Letting him go under wasn't in Chen Cheng's plan either. Down the road, he'd need Ntong's supply chain and distribution network. Don't worry. If there's nothing else, I'm out. Don't forget to pick up the check. Chen Cheng handed him a business card, then strolled out of the tea house. Funny how life worked. Chen Cheng never expected the father of his son's classmate to be Ntong, but Ntong probably wouldn't sleep well for the next few days. For every businessman in the city, the move now was to head toward the industrial zone. Nothing else could shift their situation. Foreign investment was about to make everything very delicate. That was why so many people were scrambling to get ahead. After this half year, the whole market economy is going to get a shake-up. The foreigners aren't just triggering these traditional industries. High-end luxury goods and imported products will spring up like bamboo after rain. Chen Cheng tore open a chocolate bar on the table and took a bite. Pure dark chocolate. Can't eat too much. It's bitter. Smith winced and stuck out his tongue. If he hadn't had nothing better to do, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Bitter or not, I'll manage, but our good days are coming. Chen Cheng laid out the detailed plan. Even though Smith had already wired the money, they still needed to map everything out carefully. He'd reviewed it dozens of times, and all the details were locked in. I still don't get why you chose this style. Even back in my country, we don't go this futuristic. Smith thought the only place in the world that dared to try this was the special economic zone in the capital. Chen Cheng was way too bold. The truth is, we've blown through our budget. If we need to rework anything later, it'll be a nightmare. We're limited to replacing the walls and glass. Chen Cheng was being realistic. Landmark buildings like this rarely got major overhauls. Usually, one building was for a lifetime. His forward thinking wasn't about fancy materials, it was about the concept. Materials from 10 years ago were the same as today's. Nothing had really changed. But in this kind of social environment, everyone would think he was crazy anyway. I'll handle the building materials, all from the guild, and I'll get you the rock-bottom price. Smith waved it off. The cost was almost negligible given his connections in the industry. Fine, you handle that, but I'm in charge of the interior. Chen Cheng had a systematic vision that would save them from a lot of detours. The projected timeline was 3 years for the entire complex, though some smaller sections would be finished much sooner. Handover by the end of the year was definitely doable. One thing I really don't get, where do you come up with these ideas? I'm genuinely curious. Smith was fascinated by Chen Cheng's way of thinking. It reminded him of an improbable concept, dimensional reduction. Everything Chen Cheng displayed was ultra-modern, perfectly aligned with the current market. He was accelerating commercial development without even realizing it. Ideas come from people. As long as your brain doesn't think they're nonsense, they're worth pursuing. Chen Cheng grinned and said Smith could do the same, maybe even push the coating technology to the next level. The further they went, the more environmental concepts would take root. It was only a matter of time. I'll take your suggestion under serious consideration. Whether it actually works out, that's another story. Smith smiled and gestured for Chen Cheng to follow. He wanted to show him the rooftop. What was so interesting about a rooftop? Chen Cheng looked unimpressed, but once they got up there, he saw that Smith had turned it into his own private bar. I honestly never figured you for a drinking habit, Chen Cheng said. He meant it. He'd never seen Smith hit the bottle. I'm mostly setting this up to entertain foreign clients. More of a small venue, really, Smith said, but that little stunt of his opened Chen Cheng's eyes to a massive opportunity. Who said this era couldn't support a bar? A bar wasn't just about drinking. You could do other things, grab skewers, watch a game. He still remembered the World Cup from back in his day. People packed into bars all night, drinking and cheering. The energy was almost as electric as the stadium itself. That kind of crowd meant he had to plan carefully. I'm opening a bar on Wendy Road. Do you have a supplier? I want genuine imported liquor and beer. He knew most bars cut their drinks or used fake alcohol. It wouldn't kill you, but it would leave you with a killer headache. He wasn't playing that game. A businessman could make money, but not at any cost, ruin his reputation, and digging out of that hole would be damn near impossible. Whiskey, ace of spades, vodka, tell me what you need. I'll give you the lowest prices. These imported liquors don't carry much margin overseas since they're cheap there. Smith explained that buying through him also meant lower taxes, given they were foreign merchants. All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll let you know once the renovations are done, but I need you to think carefully about which drinks will maximize our profits and marketing push. Chen Cheng smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. He'd drunk his share of imported liquor back in the day, but that world was different. Having that kind of foresight didn't guarantee you'd own the market now. It was almost impossible. Don't worry, when I handle something, you've got nothing to fear. That was the truth. He could start operating right now, because the entire city didn't have a single decent bar. That was just how things were. If you wanted to open a bar now, you had to create your own unique vibe. But when Smith truly grasped Chen Cheng's blueprint and marketing strategy, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. He'd assumed Chen Cheng would go for a loud, rowdy bar like the ones abroad. Instead, it was a quiet bar. Are you serious? A loud bar would pull way more customers. We could sell like crazy. I'm serious. Look at the location on Wendy Road. A loud bar wouldn't do well there. Chen Cheng explained that a quiet bar catered to those who needed its for the loud kind. He was planning an entire street for that. He said he'd turn Jingda Road into a whole bar strip, then the loud atmosphere would come naturally because a single bar on its own couldn't survive. You had to cluster them together. Mutual benefit brought more customers. He'd never seen a bar street with empty seats. I get it. You want to go after every customer segment. I have to say, being your enemy is terrifying. I really hope we never fall out. Smith said it with genuine frustration, though he had no intention of ever letting that happen. But in 2005, everything Chen Cheng did was way ahead of its time. I'll introduce you to some overseas friends. It'll make communication easier. They can provide equipment and that sort of thing. Smith said he'd negotiate the final price to squeeze the margin as low as possible. As long as it fell below market rate, Chen Cheng was fine with it. Everyone needed to make a living. You couldn't expect someone to work for nothing. That wasn't realistic. And it wasn't going to happen so unless the price was ridiculously high. He never haggled. No need. He wasn't short on cash. In fact, on Jingda Road, Chen Cheng planned to give each owner just one bar, but he'd take a stake in the operations. In the end, they'd just need to do an evaluation. Any bar with commercial floor space wouldn't be worth less than 10 million, and that was before outside investment. After wrapping up, he drove to pick up his son and daughter from school. Daddy, You're in trouble this time. Yu Yu's voice was sweet and sing-song, like she'd stumbled onto a huge secret. Why do you say that? When has your dad ever been in trouble? Chen Cheng smiled, thinking his daughter was adorable. Because the teacher told Mommy everything you did at the meeting today. At that, Chen Cheng's heart sank. What was that homeroom teacher's problem? Why did she have to bring that up? Sure enough, when they pulled up, Zhongyi stood in the doorway, hands on her hips. Come on, you two go inside. I need to talk to your dad. She smirked at Chen Cheng and waved the kids in. Sweetheart, it was just a parent-teacher meeting. You really have to make such a big deal out of it. Chen Cheng chuckled, trying to step inside, but Zhongyi blocked him. What's wrong with you? You managed to cause such a ridiculous scene at today's meeting. She glared at him, furious and demanding an answer. I had no choice. Xiaofei's dad, that Antong guy, he's a total chatterbox. Chen Cheng shrugged helplessly. It wasn't his fault. Why was he taking all the blame? I don't care. You embarrassed yourself today. How am I supposed to face the teacher now? As punishment, you're eating half an hour later tonight. Stand here and think about what you did. With that, she pulled the door open and walked inside, leaving Chen Cheng stranded on the doorstep. Seeing that, Chen Cheng regretted everything. Who said a man with money stands tall? Hardly. Daddy got locked outside. Yu Yu nibbled at her food, occasionally glancing toward the door. Your dad doesn't know how to behave. Don't you two ever copy him? Zhongyi sighed that if Chen Cheng ruined the kids, what would they do? She had to teach this lesson. She was the boss of the house. All right, stop talking and eat your dinner. Unlike Chen Cheng, who was always gentle with the kids, she was the fierce tiger. That was the only way to keep them in line. Half an hour later, the two kids finally let Chen Cheng inside. Yu, you're giving me zero family status here. I'm supposed to be the head of this household, you know. Chen Cheng dropped onto the couch, staring at his wife with total defeat. I won't interfere with other things, but our kids' education is non-negotiable. Don't think you can just slack off. Slacking off, right? His family status was officially dead and buried. Daddy, if you didn't do anything wrong, why are you standing outside the door? It's like when we get punished in class and have to stand in the corner. Xiaofei tilted his head, grinning. The kid was full of questions. Nothing. Your daddy just knows better than to argue with a woman. He started to add something else, but a sharp glare from Yu Yu drilled into the back of his skull. He clamped his mouth shut. All right, are you two done with your homework? Stop wasting time and go back to your room. He shooed both kids into the bedroom before finally picking up his chopsticks. You think I'm too strict with you? Yu Yu rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Not at all. How could I ever complain about you? Chen Cheng couldn't help but smile. He knew Yu Yu. She was already feeling guilty for being so hard on him. That was just like her. If she'd stayed cold and distant, he would have thought he was dreaming. After dinner, Chen Cheng sank onto the couch and flipped on the TV, keeping the volume low while the kids finished their homework. I feel like I've already seen every news story. Watching them again is kind of surreal. He let out a dry laugh. Maybe this was just his fate. What are you mumbling about? Something's different in that head of yours. I can tell. Why Yu narrowed her eyes. She could feel him hiding something. Tonight, she was getting answers. No way she was letting this slide. Honey, are you hiding something from me? How could I? Why would I hide anything from you? Chen Cheng sounded confident. Nothing to see here. No, a woman's intuition is never wrong. You're definitely hiding something. Why you stared straight into his eyes, searching for a crack. But there was nothing, just dead calm. Like still water. Stop overthinking. Why would I keep secrets from you? You know I do everything carefully and perfectly. The words left his mouth, and Chen Cheng instantly felt like a smooth-talking player for one split second. He almost told her the truth, but would she even believe something like that? Probably not. Baby, if I told you I time-traveled here, would you believe me? Chen Cheng grinned at his wife. "Do I look like I'm 3 years old? If you time-traveled, then I'm a fairy who descended from heaven." You smacked his arm playfully, then turned and walked into the bedroom. A few minutes later, she poked her head back out. "Are you sure you don't want to come in and sit down?" Chen Cheng felt his face flush. Was she hinting at something else? "Nah, I think I'll just keep watching TV." He waved his hand. Fast. No way he was falling for that. Something dangerous was definitely waiting on the other side of that door. "Come on. Come here." You shot him a sultry glance, one Chen Cheng had never seen from her before. When the hell had his wife learned to do that? Seriously. After a moment's thought, he wisely stood up. A real man knew when to surrender, and he was no hero, just a regular guy. "What are you daydreaming about? Give me a massage." "I just bought this new massager." You placed the little wooden hammer in his palm and motioned for him to start. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Despair washed over Chen Cheng. Now he understood exactly how Boss and must feel watching his company go bankrupt. Half an hour later, Chen Cheng straightened up, drenched in sweat. Women really knew how to enjoy themselves. His wife just lay there sprawled across the bed, luxuriating in his efforts. "Go take a shower. You stink." You glanced at him. The next second, she was yanked straight out of bed. They spent a full hour draining every last drop of hot water from the tank until even the heater couldn't keep up. "Look what you did. That's not good." You stared innocently at the marks blooming across her skin. When Chen Cheng lost control, he got rough. "You got your massage, now you're all relaxed, and I'm exhausted. You have zero consideration." The next morning, Chen Cheng headed to the industrial zone. First day of construction. The site was packed with tower cranes and excavators. The foreign partners wanted to tear up the entire planned area, then gradually subdivide it into smaller zones for rebuilding. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Everything needed careful long-term planning. Chen, perfect timing. What should we be watching out for? When Chen Cheng arrived, several bosses waved him over. He was a local. He knew the area far better than they did. "Have you thought about road planning? If you're building a complex, leave space for roads now. It'll save you a lot of headaches later." Chen Cheng figured they had top-tier architects who would understand the logic. The main arteries between buildings only needed 2 lanes, or even open plazas, but the primary roads had to be kept clear. Otherwise, modifications down the line would be a nightmare. Won't that cut into our usable area significantly? They looked confused. That didn't sound like the smartest strategy. If you can't accept that, I guarantee you'll have bigger problems later. Once the commercial system was fully operational, trying to reconfigure the streets would be a disaster. The best window was now, while the large building clusters were still being laid out. Chen Cheng might even find a way to get a piece of the action. If the foreigners disagreed, they'd be looking at major renovations within 5 years. Not only would it waste money and manpower, but commercial stagnation would hit them hard. "Let me think it over. Chen, come with me." "Oh my God, why are you telling me this out of nowhere? I didn't even have time to get ready." Wang Ping'an scrambled to straighten his clothes. The second he heard they were going on TV, he completely lost his cool. "It's just an interview segment. Don't overthink it." Boss Wang patted his shoulder. He was the main attraction, and he wasn't stressing about his appearance. Meanwhile, Wang Ping'an was preening like a groom. Boss Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes. The guy had clearly lost it, but fine, this was his marketing strategy, so he'd let them all have their moment. His contract with the media stipulated they follow his script to the letter and document every detail. The interview was the centerpiece, but more importantly, he wanted everyone to grasp the art of spending money. At first glance, you'd think this is a finance show. You'd be wrong. It's more like a food tour. Boss Wang knew documentaries were the only way to get real television exposure these days. The trick was making people see what he had to offer. I can't straight up tell you how to turn $100 into $200, but I can show you how to blow $100 in style. Going against the grain was his guiding principle. There were a million ways to live, but not everyone knew how to spend money well. Boss Wang saw Wang Ping'an's eyes go wide. The man was clearly impressed. He'd never thought of it that way. If Boss Wang hadn't spelled it out, Wang Ping'an never would have figured out how to make the idea stick. Mr. Wang, a man in sunglasses shouted from a distance, waving. His voice carried, loud and clear, probably because Boss Wang was now paying his bill. Director, it's been too long. Boss Wang waved him over. He'd chosen to shoot on location for a reason. He had a lot of ideas. We followed all your suggestions. But one thing, are you absolutely sure you want to go the food route? The director asked. Food was fine, but snacks didn't exactly qualify as cuisine, did they? Boss Wang nearly laughed. Who said anything about a snack interview? If I were doing snacks, I'd just film at the factory. Oh. This time we're heading to the fried chicken shop. He motioned him into the car. They loaded the equipment and drove straight to the fried chicken joint. They hadn't given any heads up, so they picked a slow hour for the first round of shooting. The focus should be the food itself, not our people. Boss Wang reiterated his requirements, making sure every crew member understood. Flip the priorities and the fallout could get ugly, way more complicated than anyone bargained for. In a documentary, the audience had to get the point. The plan was to build brand recognition first, then launch attention-grabbing ads to drive the buzz. Those ads would come in the second round. Boss Wang had already lined up all the necessary resources. Everything followed modern filming techniques. Later, computer-generated effects would stitch the footage into a seamless sequence. Are we going to have commercials later on? Wang Ping'an asked, sensing where Boss Wang was headed. Absolutely, but first, let's finish what we're doing today. Then came the interview portion. The interviewers were pros. Their questions were sharp and on point. Without serious long-term market research, they could never have come up with such insightful questions. At this point, even if some people hadn't embraced the market yet, their resistance was becoming irrelevant. Everyone gets it. I believe consumers will understand what our fried chicken is really about. Boss Wang wasn't pushing nostalgia on anyone. Sometimes, sentiment alone doesn't sell. Worse, it can become a nuisance. Better to let everyone discover it for themselves. So, Mr. Wang, we've heard your goal is to dominate the market. Is that true? Boss Wang laughed and confirmed, it is. Because right now, there's no authentic local fried chicken brand here. I think we can create a fried chicken that belongs to our people and not just in this city. He wanted to take it global and make it the #1 fried chicken brand in the world. When he said that, everyone laughed. Some thought it was hilarious. Others thought it was pure nonsense. How could that ever work? Only Wang Ping'an didn't laugh. His eyes lit up with excitement. Even without a word, Boss Wang could tell the man was a true believer. I believe it. Our fried chicken is that good. There's no reason it can't go worldwide. Then he became the ad's leading man, wolfing down fried chicken and chugging his drink like he hadn't eaten in decades. From a marketing perspective, it was perfect. That was exactly what audiences wanted to see, a scene that put the place on their radar. The fried chicken here, damn, that's good. The camera cut to B-roll of the staff in action. Employees started taking orders from prep to pickup. Every step was executed flawlessly. Boss Wang could have patted himself on the back. His methods were paying off. Eating fried chicken here wasn't just about the taste, the service was top-notch too. Honestly, I've never actually eaten here before, the director admitted, grinning as he split open a burger. The plump chicken inside looked irresistible. He took a huge bite, and the juices seeped right out. This is incredible. Trust us, this place is the real deal. The entire shoot lasted 2 hours. Post-production would trim it down to 30 minutes, which meant a ton of footage had to be cut and polished. Boss Wang didn't have any special requests except to review the final edit before it aired. Every detail mattered. Whether they could truly put the shop on the map all came down to this. Wang Ping'an hadn't expected the business model to explode this fast. He'd been ready to dump more cash into ads, but franchise inquiries were already flooding in. "Bro, my phone's about to melt," Feng Yang said. "We need a 1 to 800 number. Every chain has one, why shouldn't we?" "You actually thought ahead of me on that. Let's do it." Wang Ping'an had planned to deal with all this after opening stores later in the year. Now everything hit fast forward. These things had to get done, and time wasn't waiting. Too many consumers were desperate for something new. He told Wang Feng to get it sorted while he focused on meeting potential franchisees face to face. When Wang Ping'an arrived, he froze. The front of the factory was packed. If Feng Yang hadn't warned him, he would have thought a brawl was about to break out. "That's not even half of them," Feng Mingdong said. "I've got at least 100 appointments booked." The TV interview had been a massive success. The results were insane. Word ripped through media circles, and plenty of business owners in the provincial capital had sniffed out the opportunity. "All right, let them taste the food first," Wang Ping'an said. "Then we'll see who's serious." He didn't launch into a pitch or start collecting money. That would have been pointless. When people are hyped, they make snap decisions. The second they calm down, everything gets complicated. If these guys were just riding the excitement, their stores would become dead weight. They'd never run them seriously. His approach was simple. Show them exactly what they'd be signing up for. Whether they wanted in was their call. A sharply dressed middle-aged man cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Well, let's all dig in, then." Wang Ping'an had a few veteran employees fire up the fryers. Anything the visitors wanted to sample went straight into the oil. Nothing took more than 3.5 minutes. Fast and easy. A man wiped his mouth. "All right, I've tasted it. How much is the franchise fee?" 3 million. Feng Yang sucked in a breath. Just days ago, that number had been 2 million. Now it had jumped by 1 million. 3 million covers your equipment, store maintenance, and your first batch of inventory free, Wang Ping'an said. "After that, you buy from us at wholesale prices." He explained the fee was reasonable, but there were strict rules. Each person could only franchise one store. The price hike quieted a lot of people. Nobody had expected it to shoot up that fast. "All right, everyone, make your choice," Wang Ping'an said, rubbing his hands together with a grin. "No hard feelings either way." The middle-aged man stepped forward first. "Sign me up, Boss Wang. I'm in." He didn't care about the restrictions. Opportunity was a battle. Hesitate and you lose. With the first taker locked in, the rest followed second, third, fourth. The excitement was barely contained. 300 million in a single day. Just like that. If it weren't for the transfer limit on his bank card, Wang Ping'an would have doubted he'd signed that many contracts. He tallied them, over 100 stores in the network, and not even a month had passed. At this pace, his plans could finish way ahead of schedule. "Outsource the equipment delivery," he told Wang Feng. "Tell the logistics team they're about to get very busy." This time, Wang Ping'an assigned a sales rep to every truck. He needed them to scout new markets in those cities. Anyone who closed a deal, big or small, would earn 10,000 in base pay. That was a fat incentive. No other job in the country offered that kind of money. And I'll lead by example, he said. I'll go where you haven't set foot yet. 3-month goal, another 100 stores. Wang Ping'an was only talking about franchise locations, but the same model could scale logistics and other ventures indefinitely. These were all necessities. There was no reason they couldn't replicate the success. So you're leaving again? Feng Yang sighed. He'd thought Wang Ping'an would stick around the factory for a while. He should have known better. Don't look so down. Wang Ping'an patted his shoulder. We're just starting out, and you've got your hands full. I promise, by the second half of the year, I'll send you out on the road. He trusted Feng Yang to grow into the role with that much capital on hand. Wang Ping'an didn't even need to run the numbers. He knew his assets were worth at least $1 billion, probably more. Next stop, right here. He jabbed a red mark on the map. That market aligned perfectly with his vision. Nothing about it clashed with his plans. Nobody in Shanghai would dare to be this bold except me. Wang Ping'an grinned and told Feng Yang to drive. They needed to get to the airport. Li Changyu had been waiting a while. Since Wang Ping'an would be traveling, Li had sent his wife and kids to stay at Wang's place. That way, you could keep an eye on them, and the 3 children could get to school together easily. Old Wang, you're cutting it close, Li Changyu said, clapping Feng Yang on the shoulder. The plane's about to board. He headed into the terminal. The flight to Shanghai was 3 hours. This time, their mission was different. They were going after the high-end market. Li Changyu shook his head. Even I can't wrap my head around it. Dealing with folks on the mainland is one thing, but now we're going head-to-head with foreigners face-to-face. He had a college degree. He knew exactly how aggressive foreign businesses could be. It wasn't a secret. It hadn't been for a long time. Everyone already knew about the disaster years ago, the training debacle that blew up in their faces. Now globalization had everyone scrambling to prove themselves on the international stage, and Wang Ping'an's team was right in the thick of it. Running a business in a small town forever was never the plan. He knew the largest overseas securities firm was operating out of Shanghai right now. This was his best shot at a face-to-face. Don't worry, Wang Ping'an said to Ziegler. We come in strong. We take every edge we can get. He understood what he was walking into. These foreigners played hardball. His usual tactics might not make them blink, but he had something they didn't. He could see where all of this was headed. He already knew how this specific company operated, how they'd stumble, how their strategies would evolve. The future shifted fast, and plenty of major corporations were still scrambling while their screw-ups were already being written into the case studies of tomorrow. He handed Ziegler a set of badges. Here, someone picks us up when we land. These get us in. The boss should have made this trip, but Wang Ping'an didn't think he had the spine to sit across from these people and hold the line Ziegler did. Ziegler had the same sharp tongue as Feng Yang, but with more weight behind it. A steady, grounded presence that Feng Yang couldn't fake. With Ziegler in the room, Wang Ping'an figured they could hold their own against anyone. 4 hours later, the plane touched down. A few foreigners spotted Wang Ping'an and walked over. Mr. Wang. We're here to take you in. They'd seen his photo. No chance of a mix-up. Thanks. I appreciate it. Wang Ping'an smiled and nodded for Ziegler to get in the car. They headed straight for the securities firm downtown. Since they valued the meeting, the entire management team was present, but their faces told a different story. They were gearing up for a fight. His proposal had forced them to dump every share they held in the Shun Group. Our general manager is waiting upstairs. Go on. The cold shift hit Wang Ping'an the second they stepped inside. He couldn't believe how fast the temperature dropped. What a pack of assholes. No courtesy at all. Ziegler's jaw tightened. He'd expected at least a basic level of respect on this trip. Wishful thinking. They were walking into enemy territory. Wang Ping'an strode forward and sat down across from the man at the table. Hello. I'm Wang Ping'an, head of Shun Group Securities. This is my general manager, Ziegler. He already knew the man's name, Mohammed. He'd done his research. Mr. Wang, we know exactly who you are. You know why we asked you here? Mr. Mohammed, honestly, no idea. Did you invite me for tea? Wang Ping'an let out a short laugh. Mohammed slapped a document onto the table. An authorization to sue. He laid it out flat. They were charging Wang Ping'an with infringement. The leak of Shun Group's stock movements meant Wang Ping'an was facing industry-wide sanctions, a blacklist, and criminal charges. This was a trap, plain and simple. A business war. You've done your homework, Wang Ping'an said. But do you know what I'm betting on? He laughed again. There was no warmth in it, just mockery and calm contempt. People thought big shots didn't look down on others. That was a myth. The world ran on sharp eyes and sharper teeth. We don't care what you're betting on, Mohammed said. All we know is you'll lose this lawsuit. You can't prove all your stock predictions were just guesses. That's market currency speculation, pure and simple. That was the knife. Every trade they made, the securities firm took a cut. That opened everything to legal scrutiny, and that was exactly why they were cornered. I came here to tell you one thing. Wang Ping'an leaned forward. Cooperation is the only road forward. Nothing is impossible to navigate. I'm not here to beg you to drop the lawsuit. File it. Go ahead, but you'd better have solid proof that I rigged the entire stock market. He let the silence stretch. If he had that kind of power, he'd own every stock on earth. Why would he be running a securities firm? You have your market. We have ours. Together, we grow the entire industry. He told them, flat out, that their lawsuit had zero chance. And if they kept coming at him like this, the whole industry would transform in less than 2 years. Once his company went fully global, they'd become the largest securities investment hub on the planet. At that point, overseas firms would be bowing. That was reality. Brutal and undeniable. So you really think you can talk us into dropping the suit? Mohammed shook his head. Wang Ping'an, we didn't bring you here to negotiate. You know how seriously we take intellectual property. Even your fried chicken business won't survive. We have a second plan ready. There it was. The threat. Fried chicken was Wang Ping'an's lifeline, and using it as leverage was a direct shot to the gut. His face went cold. Are your company's tactics always this dirty? Ziegler cut in. Every business rises for a reason. You can't accuse someone of cheating just because they got ahead. That's like waiting by a tree stump for a rabbit. You'll be standing there forever and catch nothing. He threw the idiom at them hard. If their opponent's thinking was this small, there was no point in dragging this out. Mr. Ziegler, you misunderstand. Mohammed's tone didn't shift. We're asking Mr. Wang for his position. You don't seem interested in settling this. In fact, you don't seem to care about the law at all. Mohammed made it clear there was nothing left to dig into. They'd start from the moment Wang Ping'an exploited the loophole. Everything before that was locked in. Without Wang Ping'an pulling strings, Shun Group's shares never would have been bought back at that volume and at double the price. That alone violated every standard in the books. No, you're wrong. Wang Ping'an waved his hand. He needed a break from this. Our clients had those needs, and we didn't buy through personal accounts. Your lawsuit won't hold. It's nothing but a stray dog barking at the moon. He gestured for a pause. The sparks were flying too fast. This wasn't working. Mohammed leaned back in his chair and fixed his eyes on Wang Ping'an. So, given the situation, what do you really think? They're dead set on destroying me, so we can't back down now, Chen Cheng said. He knew the second they survived this, the other side would have no choice but to sign the strategic contract. Cracking the entire securities market hinged on today. The second half had to be ruthless. He had to lay everything on the table. This isn't just about survival. We need to shut them up for good right now. They're the enemy, not a client. He stubbed out his cigarette and walked back inside. He could feel the shift in Mo Yufar. For Mo, this was his last reckless play before 40. Let's go to war. The second half turned tense fast. The foreign team came back with 3 professional lawyers and zero hesitation. Mr. Chen, based on your marketing tactics and business model, we've determined you've infringed on our rights. The damage is significant. They demanded compensation at 10 times the standard rate, 11 billion yuan. Chen Cheng laughed. He looked right at them and asked if they actually believed that was possible. No chance in hell he'd agree. 11 billion. Sue me. I'm not asking for a discount. You win in court, I'll write the check. But right now, we're here to discuss an acquisition. He signaled Mo Yufar to run the numbers. If they lost the case and Chen Cheng came after them, what was their company actually worth? Total value, 3 billion. If we crush them with our playbook, they'll lose at least half. Their company is already running on fumes. Mo Yufar didn't sugarcoat it. No room for hiding facts. The other side wanted to bleed them dry, but that door was closed now. Mo would never let it happen, and they'd never get the chance. The second that evaluation hit, the foreigners bristled. This is a blatant violation of our right. What violation? We followed the rules. Every document is public and searchable online. You provided the files yourselves. So how does a 3 billion valuation cause you 1.1 billion in losses? Mo Yufar's voice cut through the room. He wasn't about to waste time on nonsense. Push this further, and we'll bring top-tier lawyers and fight it out in court. And we won't stop this acquisition unless you're ready to abandon this market completely. I'm just an ordinary businessman, but if you disrespect us, if you think you can push us around, then sorry, the line stops here. His momentum swelled. Everyone in the room stared with nervous eyes. No one dared speak. Mo Yufar was too formidable. They were afraid of crossing him. Mr. Chen, Mo, we're willing to make concessions, please. No need to get so worked up. Their tone had flipped. They were in retreat. Concessions? I don't see any concessions. What exactly am I missing? Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, disdain dripping from his voice. Their words meant nothing. He wouldn't buy a syllable of it. Mr. Chen, as you said, authority matters to us, but if you have a workable suggestion, we can sit down and talk it through properly. Talk it through. So now they were bending. If they'd known it would come to this, why create the mess in the first place? Chen Cheng's expression stayed cold. He watched the scene without flinching. If you're agreeable, we'll sign a 10-year contract with your company. No risks. We'll provide you unconditional support. That was their true goal the whole time. They came to negotiate a partnership. The mainland market was enormous, and operations like Chen Cheng's were rare. Almost nobody else matched their scale and capability. They wanted to lock him in. Then let's handle business like business. Your company's worth 3 billion today. Do you want us to partner with you? Or do you want us to acquire you outright? Chen Cheng gave a faint smile. The question was critical. If he didn't clarify this now, he wouldn't know how to move forward. The priority had to be crystal clear. Otherwise, he'd never agree. The CEO across the table froze. He couldn't figure out where Chen Cheng had found the nerve. You're not like any businessman I've ever met. Have we met before? No, but I know how your operation works. You're already on the decline. If I were you, I'd go back and check your project department. I promise you'll find a very interesting surprise. Chen Cheng slid his business card across the table, then signaled Mo Yufar to leave. He didn't sign a single contract, Not everything needed an instant signature. Giving them time to think would let them piece together the truth and reinforce his position at the top to be why the time they figured it out, they wouldn't dare cross him again. But in Shanghai, this was only one piece. Chen Cheng needed to use his authority to close more deals. The Shanghai Securities Exchange is known as the largest integrated exchange in the East. Its management standards set the bar for everything. Chen Cheng spoke with the ease of someone reciting from memory. An exchange like that couldn't be bought for a few billion. The daily capital flow alone would crush most business systems. Domestic and foreign traders operated there every single day. The entire Eastern and Southern commercial economies released massive blocks of shares for trading. Even the daily commission was an astronomical number. You're not thinking about copying them, are you? We're way too close to Shanghai stealing their business isn't worth it. Mo Yufar was blunt. That road was a dead end. He told Chen Cheng to drop it. You've got it wrong. I'm not here to join them. I'm here to conquer them. There are plenty of securities analysts in the world, each with their own specialty, but in Chen Cheng's eyes, every last one of them was full of it. Simple reason. Their predictions were all hindsight. If you wanted to lead a business war, there was no room for second guessing. Hello. I need to speak with your person in charge. Tell him I'm Huafeng's largest shareholder. Chen Cheng smiled at the manager. He didn't have time to waste on the small fish. Talking to them drained him. He wasn't interested. Everyone in the room had been scrambling over that dark horse stock. The moment the name Huafeng hit their ears, heads turned. What did you just say? Bring him in now. Don't keep him waiting. As the head of the largest securities firm in the East, Huang Pingui rarely lost his composure. This was an exception. The second he saw Chen Cheng, Huang rushed forward to offer him the two best seats in the room, motioning for Chen and Mo Yufar to sit. Welcome. How should I address you? Chen Cheng. He answered flat, like he'd done it 10,000 times before. Nothing new. He was already tired of this routine. I'd like to ask, how did you acquire so many Huafeng shares? Or did you already know where the stock was headed? Straight to the point. Huang Pingui couldn't sit still. Fine. If that's how you want to play it, Chen Cheng thought. Let's play. I didn't come here to talk about one stock. I came to become your chief securities analyst. Chen Cheng claimed his predictions hit nearly 90%. Of course, risk was always part of the equation. But I can tell you this much. In 2 years, one particular stock is going to turn positive. That'll be your best opportunity. He wrote 2 characters on the paper in front of him. Yi Huang stared at them, baffled. He hadn't managed to pry a single thing out of this guy, and yet somehow the man had already laid everything on the table. If you can really predict stocks, then tell me where the major indexes land today. Convincing Huang wasn't hard. Their systems processed information half a second faster than the average trader, and a half second could change everything. Their advanced calculators already ran analysis at 0.2 seconds. Network latency was negligible. Here, these 3 stocks are about to hit the daily limit. Chen Cheng pointed at 3 green stocks on the screen. Those 3. Did I hear that right? Those have been tanking for ages. They're scraping rock bottom. Huang let out a short laugh, but 30 seconds later, his phone buzzed with an alert. All 3 stocks had surged sharply. They weren't even slowing down. The climb kept going. How did you? Sweat beaded on his forehead. That phone call had confirmed everything. Looks like you've verified it. I told you. I'm a professional stock analyst, but I'm not looking to work for someone else. Chen Cheng said he wanted a real partnership with Huang Pingui if possible. Partnership. You understand how stock trading partnerships work, and if you can predict all this, why not just buy the stocks yourself? Huang couldn't wrap his head around it. Money or no money, this was guaranteed profit. No fool would willingly share that kind of information, especially not by strolling into a place like this. Simple, because in 2 weeks, your company will file for bankruptcy. I'm just giving you a heads up. Chen Cheng smiled faintly and slid his business card across the table. If Huang ever needed him, he could reach out anytime. After Chen left, Huang's gaze locked onto Dadong Electronics. Dadong's performance had been steady, one of the few reliable stocks in the market. Its trajectory over the past 6 months had been a clean, uninterrupted climb, not a single pause. Even small dips corrected themselves within half an hour. The capital backing it was substantial. Of course, the biggest position his company held was in Dadong Electronics. They didn't have enough cash left to chase Huafeng. By the time everyone else realized Huafeng was the dark horse, regret was already useless. Sell half of our Dadong holdings. Huang made the smartest decision of his life, dumping Dadong Electronics, but doubt gnawed at him. What if Chen Cheng was just messing with him? Those shares would get snapped up in seconds. He'd be taking a clear loss. Think this through, sir. This is insane. We can't dump everything based on one guy's word. His subordinates begged him to reconsider. He didn't listen. Just do it. Sell the remaining half too. Huang didn't ask for a premium. He sold at market price. He unloaded everything. His capital immediately freed up over 10 million. That was just part of it. A much larger portion, 30 million total, would take 3 business days to settle. If he's right, the market's about to get hit hard. No one knew what that hit would look like. All they could see was that their boss had apparently lost his mind. Not a single person there knew Chen Cheng's real identity. Or what he had actually said. The trading floor erupted into a frenzy. Everyone scrambled to buy Dadong Electronics, willing to dump everything else just to grab more. Reality hit like a freight train. 30 minutes later, Dadong Group's stock cratered. The drop was sharper than any historical low. Within 3 hours, Dadong Group's chairman held a press conference and announced his resignation as CEO. Holy hell. He was right about everything. If he hadn't warned me, I'd be completely screwed. Looking back over the entire sequence, Huang felt a cold chill run down his spine. He never imagined Chen Cheng could predict with that level of accuracy. It was almost like Chen had been pulling the strings the entire time. The thought made Huang deeply uneasy. Get the car ready. I'm heading out. Huang glanced at the address on the business card, then set a meeting time and place with Chen Cheng. He said he'd agree to any conditions. Then it's settled. You pick the place. I'll be there whenever. Chen Cheng hung up calmly and turned to Mo Yufar with a slight smile. How do you know all these secrets? I've never once seen you open any trading software. Mo Yufar had 1,000 questions. It felt like Chen Cheng was always one step ahead of everyone else. In a Shanghai coffee shop, Huang Baichuan had been waiting so long he'd lost count of the refills. The moment his cup went lukewarm, he'd wave the server over and swap it for a fresh one. He needed to see Wang Changxing desperately, but the man was taking his sweet time. Why make him wait? He's practically begging. Feng Yang said, a dying tiger still has claws. No point in offending him. You're looking at it wrong, Wang Changxing replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. We're in control now. Every move has a reason. If I let him see me that easily, where's the dignity in that? I want him right on the edge of collapse. Only then would Huang Baichuan appreciate the opportunity and agree to Wang Changxing's terms. Right now, in Huang Baichuan's eyes, Wang Changxing was practically a fortune teller. All the man needed was proof. I don't have to guess what he's thinking. Toss him a few more breadcrumbs and he'll try to buy us off with a percentage. Exactly as Wang Changxing predicted, the second Huang spotted them walking in, he nearly launched himself out of his chair. This was the first time Wang Changxing had seen anyone this worked up, and it genuinely caught him off guard. Easy. You're making this weird, Wang Changxing said, a dry smile crossing his face as he took a seat. Huang Baichuan's behavior was honestly startling. Men like him were rare. Every other executive Wang Changxing had ever met was far more composed, but that lack of control worked in his favor. It would make the next part much simpler to negotiate. Mr. Wang, you're too modest. You have no idea, that prediction of yours was so incredible it took our breath away. Huang Baichuan's eyes were practically glowing with worship. In that moment, he felt utterly small. My admiration for you is endless. You might not get why I'm saying this, but it's because you're practically a god. Stop with the flattery. I'm just an ordinary guy. Giving me that much credit isn't healthy. Wang Changxing waved over a server and ordered 2 coffees. When in Shanghai, you followed the local rhythm. He wasn't a fan of the bitter taste anyway. It could never beat tea, whether black or green. The bitterness always gave way to a smooth sweetness that lingered perfectly. That was exactly why he loved drinking it. Here are your coffees, sir. The drinks looked like they'd been made with a standard process, but he couldn't complain too much. Real artisan coffee took forever. Mr. Huang, cut to the chase. Why did you ask us here? Wang Changxing couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely curious what the man would say next. Probably something more direct than he expected, since Huang Baichuan couldn't even control his own expression anymore. I came to see you about our company, obviously. Your warning saved us 300 million in losses. This is your compensation. Huang Baichuan slid a card across the table. Wang Changxing had no idea how much was on it, and he had zero intention of taking it. I don't think I need that card. If you want to thank me, just buy me a coffee. Huang Baichuan's frustration spiked at the refusal. He had no clue how to respond. This reaction had blindsided him. Most people would have grabbed the card or asked for something else. Someone with that kind of skill wouldn't normally play it this cool. Please take it. If you don't, I won't be able to live with myself. Huang Baichuan gave an awkward smile, admitting he didn't have much else to offer. Then we can't be friends going forward. Let's keep things simple. Wang Changxing's signal was clear. Be straight with him and drop the games. Hearing that, Huang Baichuan let out a genuine laugh. Impressive, truly impressive. Mr. Wang, you're completely different from what I imagined. I misjudged you entirely. He admitted his original plan had been to beg Wang Changxing to predict a few more stocks, but now he saw there was no need for that. He wanted friendship instead. I know about the stocks you're watching. Shun Group is just the tip of the iceberg. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be finished. Wang Changxing said he couldn't stand by and watch someone go under, so he'd made the call to help. But how did you do it? Even with a half-second lead, you couldn't get results that insane. Huang Baichuan was losing his mind. Wang Changxing's lead time was unreal. Prediction. I'm a professional Tianji analyst. Most people don't believe an ability like this exists, but all market trends follow patterns. Wang Changxing said it matter-of-factly, as if it were the simplest thing in the world, requiring no real effort at all. I still don't get it. Can a simple prediction really produce that outcome? Do you know the CEO of Shun Group resigned in disgrace? Wang Changxing wasn't surprised by that news. He also knew the man had been charged with economic fraud and would be behind bars soon, just a matter of time. It was no shock. Fast-growing companies like that often tried short selling. But short selling wasn't something just anyone could pull off. The risks were too massive. In other words, they didn't have the chops. They were driven by pure selfishness, and that's how everything crumbled. It was that simple, that straightforward. You didn't even need to think too hard about it. Trade secrets. But it looks like you want to talk business, Mr. Huang. Wang Changxing wasn't about to give away everything. Why not stay mysterious and keep his edge? Absolutely. You want to partner with us on securities, right? I'll give you 10% equity. Come work for our company as a consultant. That offer was tempting. A different version of himself might have nodded without a second thought. 10% equity, that was real money. A massive deal. No deal. 10% to buy me out, and I doubt there's much in that card either. Looks like I misjudged you too. Wang Changsheng's laugh was icy, reading the man's desperation like an open book. Cold sweat slid down Huang Baichuan's back. He had never felt anything like it, because he had never been through anything like it. Wang Feng's words hit like needles under his skin. Even fully dressed, sitting in that chair, he felt stripped bare in front of the man. This whole thing was a disaster. You're right. I didn't bring a good enough offer. Huang Baichuan conceded. He could give Wang Feng 30% of the shares. That was his final number. No, that's not your final number. If you want to survive this, you can't do it without me, so I think 50% sounds reasonable. Hell, why don't you just give me 80? Wang Feng let out a dismissive laugh that made the other man squirm. 80%. He tossed out that number like pocket change. What did he think this was? There was no way Huang Baichuan could agree to that. The cost was too high. Even if he did, the other shareholders would never sign off. Looks like you're not interested. No problem, business is business. No hard feelings. Wang Feng waved a hand, smiling, giving the man an easy exit. That's not what I meant. I'm saying you could take a smaller stake. We can pay you for the information another way. Huang Baichuan smiled, adding that the price would be generous. If Wang Feng agreed, they'd pay him a very attractive sum. Let me guess. 100 million, 200 million, and you'd still turn a profit on that deal, wouldn't you? Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Feng's laugh cut through the air. He said even if he didn't have the capital to play the market, he could borrow it from someone else. It was a guaranteed win. He would always stay one step ahead. His meaning was crystal clear. If Huang Baichuan actually wanted to do business and get rich, the only path was to hand the company over to Wang Feng. Otherwise, he would end up with nothing. Wang Feng would gut him. It wouldn't happen overnight. But after a few moves like that, the entire stock exchange would collapse completely. Because if a massive group like this went under, who the hell would still want to trade here? Wang Feng's name was gaining weight. More and more investors were already realizing that the stock exchange's development was a lifeline. By this point, Wang Feng had played it flawlessly. He didn't even have to push this hard. I understand, Boss Wang. You're dead set on making this deal with me, aren't you? I can give you 80% of the shares, but what about the capital? Huang Baichuan forced an awkward smile. This was real money on the table. Wang Feng couldn't just walk in and take that kind of cash for nothing. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll double every cent you have. As long as you agree, I'll make it happen. Wang Feng's tone was unwavering, his eyes full of absolute confidence. Nothing else mattered. Huang Baichuan stared, stunned. A double return meant nothing to Wang Feng. The guy talked about it like it was no big deal. Who the hell was this man? A super rich heir, the head of some conglomerate? Boss Wang, let me jump in. Brother Wang's words make sense. If he didn't want to give you a chance, he wouldn't have told you about the Shun Group. Wouldn't it be a lot more satisfying for him to just buy your company out from under you? Feng Yang's words drove the final nail home for Huang Baichuan. On this point, he had no argument left. There was no room at all to negotiate, because the man sitting across from him wasn't just anyone. It was Wang Feng. Boss Wang, I understand. I'll follow your lead this time. I'll transfer 80% of the shares to you immediately, but how long will it take to double the value? Huang Baichuan said that from this moment on, all capital deployment was in Wang Feng's hands. How he used it was up to him. Whether he could pull it off was another matter, but the whole process would take time. If they didn't lock down these key points, there'd be nothing to hold him to if he decided to bolt. 3 days. I'll double your market value in 3 days. Wang Feng stood up, smiling. He told the man to settle the bill. He wanted to go check out the company. No problem at all. Huang Baichuan quickly paid, then led Wang Feng and Feng Yang back to the stock exchange. Back in the meeting room, the entire management team looked at Wang Feng with open admiration. Their eyes shone with respect. I announce now that Wang Feng is the president of our exchange, holding 80% of the shares, and he has promised to double the capital we have on hand within 3 days. With that, Huang Baichuan slowly sat down. That meant the other shareholders' equity had shrunk, but it wasn't exactly a loss. They could see it as Wang Feng injecting fresh capital. Right now, you hold 180 million in Kirin Consortium stock. I'm going to use all of it to buy Pinxing. Wang Feng explained that Pinxing was the best replacement after the Shun Group was taken down. The stock was only up a fraction now, but in 3 days, nobody could predict where it would land. Also, he would dump all the remaining stocks. They were worthless. The transaction fees didn't even matter. What? Mr. Wang sold all our stocks. What are we supposed to do now? The management team panicked. Even if Wang Feng seemed powerful, they couldn't stand him blowing things up like this. A move like this would definitely cause a disaster. There was no way they could swallow it. Everyone, calm down. Just watch Mr. Wang's moves. I trust he's not going to screw us over. It was Huang Baichuan who spoke. He still had authority. If these shareholders made trouble now, he would fire them on the spot. He could always claw back the market shares. At least the company would stay in his hands. Then we'll pull our capital out. We don't trust Wang Feng like this. The shareholders tried to breach the contract unilaterally, but Huang Baichuan immediately called in the finance department. According to the company contract, if shareholders breach the contract unilaterally, how much equity do they have to pay back? The finance officer hesitated. The men in front of him were huge figures. He didn't dare say the wrong thing. Speak. Under Huang Baichuan's insistence, the finance man finally found his voice. He said the shareholders could only get 60% of their equity back, and it had to be paid in full all at once. Otherwise, the other party could sue for economic fraud. If they didn't want a lawsuit, every move had to be executed with meticulous detail. Hearing that, the shareholders all let out a bitter laugh. They knew exactly how little cash was sitting in the accounts. Huang Baichuan was cornered. The other bosses had him pinned. As long as Huang Baichuan nods, we can force his hand. There's no way he can produce that kind of cash on short notice. If he tries, his entire company collapses instantly. But Huang Baichuan surprised them. He smiled and turned to his finance department. Transfer the money immediately, let them wait. He had decided from now on, his company and the entire securities exchange had nothing to do with those people. As long as you can deliver the cash, Boss Huang, we're willing to negotiate. The other bosses spoke without a trace of concern. They thought this was all a fantasy. The moment the funds cleared, they stood and walked out without another word. No need for arguments now. Now the tables had turned. Huang Baichuan watched them leave, then turned to Chen Cheng with a helpless shrug. It's nothing, small stuff. If you'd let them stay, they'd stab you in the back. Could you handle that? Chen Cheng laughed. Exactly his point. He'd handle every angle himself. No problems. Right now, we only have 30 million in the account. Are you sure you can double it? If the showdown had happened later, Huang Baichuan might have stockpiled more. 300 million was flowing through the system. After all. You're wrong. I still have more money. Chen Cheng smiled faintly and linked his personal funds to a company custody account. Then he started buying stocks through it. Consider this a corporate debt to me. It's my personal account. Starting now, tell every trading desk to buy as much as they can of these two stocks. No limits. He pulled up the stock codes on his software and added that Huang Baichuan should promote this mobile app. It was genuinely user-friendly. Once he had the order, Huang Baichuan moved fast. Both stocks were trading at high prices, beyond what ordinary investors could touch. Even with their pooled capital, buying small lots carried serious risk. We're already past the point of no return. Why worry about the rules now? I've got nothing left to fear. Huang Baichuan had adopted a do-or-die mindset. He was a completely different man from before. Chen Cheng liked what he was seeing. This was exactly the result he'd wanted. Remember, buy everything in small lots. Don't sweep the board all at once. You're not the only firm in the game. Chen Cheng broke it down. The real heavy hitters were overseas. That economic system dictated everything. It was precisely why they kept a stranglehold on every financial lever. None of this was a secret anymore. Plenty of capitalists used these tactics to dominate the entire market for them. It was just a tool to print money. The more attention it drew, the better from now on. No big plays. Small moves are fine, but don't do anything shady that could blacken the company's name. That was Chen Cheng's only condition. He took it seriously. Too many companies had been gutted by their own internal rot. He'd watched it happen all around him. With Chen Cheng's strategy in place, their operations accelerated fast. At least they wouldn't hit any other snags at this critical moment. They could even keep improving. The app investment was already paying off. Even Chen Cheng hadn't anticipated results this strong. I feel like I've discovered a whole new world. You know how long our securities firm has been around? 6 years, and we never once thought of this. Huang Baichuan had to admit that Chen Cheng's mind was terrifying. He'd never have come up with it on his own. Without this opportunity, he might have gone under without even understanding why. Alright, enough talk. Let's wait for the money to roll in. Also, get the contracts ready. I need to restructure the equity. Chen Cheng made it clear he wasn't planning to stay long. All the day-to-day decisions would land on Huang Baichuan's shoulders, but he carved out 10% of the shares for Mo Yufa. Mo Yufa tried to refuse. He wasn't comfortable accepting a reward without earning it. One look from Chen Cheng, and he nodded. There aren't many people who help me. You're one of them. Old Mo, I know how to show gratitude. I won't drag you down. Chen Cheng said he did all this so his brothers wouldn't have to worry about their next meal. He hoped everyone could see things through to the end. He considered himself a good judge of character. Mo Yufa, Huang Tenghui. They were loyal men. They'd never become his enemies. The rest, though, hard to say. Everyone had another version of themselves hiding somewhere inside. What they'd do with it, Chen Cheng couldn't guess. There's still a lot of unfinished business in Shanghai. Let's take a drive. At Chen Cheng's suggestion, Huang Baichuan handed off his work and called for a car. The three of them climbed in. The truth was, Shanghai, as it stood, wasn't the real Shanghai yet. The gap between the north and south sides of the river was still staggering. What's the current housing price around here? Chen Cheng asked, genuinely curious. About 20,000 per square meter. But across the river, in the north, it's dirt cheap. Maybe 2,000. Huang Baichuan said the northern district was a disaster. Not just migrant workers, even small-time vendors refused to stay there. I wouldn't be so sure. I think the north side will develop. Want to bet? Chen Cheng smiled and asked Huang Baichuan to introduce him to some real estate developers. He wanted to buy land. Ideally finished buildings. Price wasn't an issue. He didn't explain why. That was his secret. What he was planning wasn't something ordinary people could grasp. In fact, none of the usual business tactics even crossed most investors' minds. Nobody believed property in the north would ever appreciate. Even if someone did, They'd dismiss it as a wild rumor. The area looked like a slum. 6 months ago, there'd been a relocation push. Anyone who could afford to leave had already cleared out. The ones who stayed either had no money or didn't trust the system at all. I'm warning you. 2,000 a square meter sounds cheap, but the location is awful. Don't come crying to me afterward. Huang Baichuan hesitated. Chen Cheng was his business partner. Now. He couldn't let him walk into a bad deal. Wang Ping'an didn't care if developers turned their noses up at this land as long as they had properties to sell. He'd make it work. He wasn't here for the petty details. He was here for one thing, and one thing only, deeds in his hands. Everything else was noise. I tested the waters, Feng Yang said, not bothering to sugarcoat it. They all want you to buy in Jiangnan. Better location, bigger commission for them. He had no reason to hide the obvious. A rift over something this small with Wang Ping'an wasn't worth the fallout. The developers showed up fast. To them, Wang Ping'an was a whale. Nothing was off the table, especially since he'd already done his homework on every regulation in the book. His connections in the securities exchange market, the same ones that linked him to Feng Yang, had greased every wheel in the city. Mr. Wang, Li Changyu, call me Xiao Li. Fu Buoluan. A Gui. They clasped his hand, pulled out cigarettes. You two are pillars of the city. I've heard plenty, Wang Ping'an said, smiling as he gestured for them to sit. Finding a decent location in Jiangbei was proving tougher than he'd expected. That's Jiangbei for you, Mr. Wang. Don't hold it against us, Li Changyu said. He knew how far behind this side of the river had always been. Even locals wanted out, let alone outsiders. Rent was cheap, sure, but everything else ate up your life. No cabs, people walked to work. You were better off in Jiangnan, where infrastructure was already in place and you saved a ton of time. Old Feng told us you're looking to buy. Why not Jiangnan? Why this godforsaken place? Fu Buoluan nearly laughed. He didn't even know where to start explaining the downsides. You don't get it. If I were only looking at Jiangnan, I wouldn't need you two. Jiangbei's what I've got my eye on. Wang Ping'an said his current capital meant he had to start here. He'd pivot later. He kept the rest to himself, trade secrets. He couldn't tell them he knew Jiangbei would boom, that one day it might even surpass Jiangnan. They'd call him insane, but maybe they'd still get hyped. Since Mr. Wang's made up his mind, say no more. We'll follow your lead. One of them pulled a notebook from his pocket. Inside was a detailed map, covered in markings and symbols. These are the Jiangbei properties we can sell you. Most aren't even marked because we're not chasing those contacts anymore. The smile was wry. The area was so underdeveloped they'd stopped sinking cash into it. Meanwhile, their 3 projects in Jiangnan were flying off the market. If Wang Ping'an wanted a piece of that, he could sign a contract in 5 minutes. How far is this spot from where we're standing? Wang Ping'an pointed to an intersection traced with a green line on the map. About 3 kilometers. We'll drive, quick trip. Fu Buoluan waved Wang Ping'an and Feng Yang into the car to check out the site in person. If the road plans now didn't shift too much from what Wang Ping'an remembered a decade later, he'd just picked the future commercial heart of the city. He shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. He hadn't expected to see this side of the city. Reality had a way of slapping you with surprises. This is what it is. Hard to swallow, right, Mr. Wang? Fu Buoluan couldn't hide his grin. He could feel Wang Ping'an's letdown. Disappointment was natural. Too many details they'd never be able to chase. It had been like this for years. People kept streaming across the bridge to Jiangnan, leaving these properties stuck in their hands. Feng Yang stared at the potholed road, face grim. Mr. Wang, let's call it. I can't stomach this. Why pick a dump like this when so many solid options existed? Whether you could even get a foothold was a question, let alone thrive. You're looking at it from one angle. That never works. Wang Ping'an told them flat out he wanted it. The whole street, what? Fu Buoluan froze, staring like Wang Ping'an had lost his mind. Was the guy crazy, or did he actually believe this place could be redeveloped? Even if there was a demolition plan, there'd be whispers by now. Mr. Wang, I'm not blocking you that I can even push the paperwork through tonight, but as a friend, let me lay it out for you. Li Changyo's voice dropped. If the property went sideways later, if a building collapsed, none of that was on them. They were selling the land, nothing more. Don't worry, the fact that you two even thought about my interests is enough. I appreciate it. Wang Ping'an nodded for them to run the numbers. He could pay in full whenever they were ready. Done, Li Changyu said. They drove straight to the street office and sat down with the property owners. When the residents heard someone actually wanted to buy their houses, grins split their faces wide open. Come in, please. Sit. They treated Wang Ping'an like visiting royalty. Selling out meant they could finally move to Jiangnan. You sure, boss? A young guy stared at Wang Ping'an. You're the first one who's even asked. I'm sure. His voice left zero room for doubt. Barring a meteor strike, he was planting his flag right here. The numbers came together fast. 2,000 per square meter, 1,200 square meters total, 1,200,000. Tack on the fees, and it landed at 1,210,000. Fair enough. Come on, the man's doing you a favor just by buying. Don't push your luck. Li Changyu cut in, blunt as hell. They could absorb the extra 10,000 themselves. The residents grumbled, but they caved. Moments later, the handshake sealed it. Wang Ping'an looked out the window at the cracked pavement and drab storefronts. His lips curved. This sorry strip of concrete was his now. In 10 years, every single person in this room would call him a genius. Looks like everything went smooth. Mr. Chen, you gonna join us later for a little get-together? Ma Deming grinned and clapped Chen Cheng on the shoulder. He really wanted Chen to say yes. Yeah, Chen, it feels like we've known you forever. Let us show you a good time for once. Fu Bingui jumped in. Waving off any hesitation, they had a private dance party lined up for that night. All the heavy hitters in Magic City would be there, plus a crowd of socialites. Mostly it was drinking, eating, and casually flashing your net worth, but for Ma and Fu, it was prime networking. A chance to rub shoulders with a different tier of people. Sure. Everyone figured Chen was about to bail when he stayed quiet, but he actually agreed. Simple logic. Private parties like this had a steep entry bar. Chen could widen his business circle, plus, having someone vouch for you at the door beat walking in cold every time. Huang Pingui, though, had to bow out. He said the securities market couldn't sit unattended, especially today. It wasn't like any other day. Fine, you killjoy. Fu waved him off. As long as Chen showed, that was enough. Truth was, Chen appreciated Huang's dedication. The guy had ambition. Most people would have already lost focus and forgotten the details. Chen had never been to a private dance party before. He normally hated that scene, loaded with people who flaunted their money without an ounce of warmth, but things were different now. Without the right connections and relationships, he'd stay stuck. Not everyone knew exactly how many businesses he owned, and the bosses in Magic City had high standards. Let's kill some time. It's still early. The three of them headed straight for a bathhouse in Jiangnan. They soaked in the hot springs, then moved upstairs to lounge. Magic City really was something else. Chen was blown away by how complete the facilities already were back then. The modern water club concept was already taking shape: steam baths, relaxation zones, even a movie theater and an internet cafe, all under one roof. How much did it cost to build a place like this? Chen asked, genuinely curious. The business was booming. Tens of millions, Ma Deming said. The location alone isn't cheap. Prime real estate. Every inch costs a fortune. He told Chen that plenty of people could afford the interior renovations but couldn't solve the land problem. That was the reality. It wasn't that they didn't have cash. Their budgets just couldn't stretch far enough. A bathhouse worth tens of millions. The land price alone could swallow the entire facility, its equipment, and all the decor. Normally, businesses like this don't lease, Fu added, settling into a comfortable sprawl. It's not sustainable, and their clientele has serious spending power. Nobody's worried about turning a profit. He signaled a waiter to bring some fruit platters. We're off for a massage. Make yourself at home. Chen. Fu grinned and walked out with Ma, both of them strolling without a care. Yeah, enjoy. Chen stood up and headed for the internet cafe on the second floor. The floors had underfloor heating, so walking barefoot didn't feel cold at all. The computers were low-spec, barely usable for anything. Gaming? Forget it. But browsing the web worked fine enough. The stock market is so weird today. I still think Fengming Electronics has real potential. Chen turned around before he could stop himself. A fat, round-faced guy was copying stock numbers and comparing them one by one. His companion waved a dismissive hand, saying Fengming wasn't going anywhere. Sure, Dadong was a dark horse, but Fengming won't necessarily shoot up. I'm watching Shengang Electronics instead. The friend pointed out that while Shengang wasn't breaking out right now, it was stable and reassuring. Chen thought both takes were decent. Fengming and Shengang were solid stocks, but only Fengming would rocket upward. Shengang didn't have that in it. If you were playing the stock market, stability alone wasn't enough. That was just wasting time. Then the fat guy's next line snagged Chen's attention completely. Let me tell you straight up. Buy the original shares of the securities company. I got inside info. The equity is changing today. If nothing unexpected happens, the pre-IPO shares of the securities firm are about to take off. Chen hadn't even considered that angle. Yes, the equity was shifting, nearly a full overhaul. But Huang Pinggui had been handling the original shares. Had that idiot leaked the news, something nagged at him. Chen pulled out his phone and called Huang. Turned out it was true. Huang was already scrambling to plug the leak. Those bastards did this. They screwed me over on their way out, Huang roared, sounding like he was about to snap. How many shares did we lose? Check the release records. Chen ordered him to seal the breach immediately. Nothing else mattered right now, as long as the stock's value held. Fact was, they'd lost a clean 10%. Anyone would be gutted. But Mr. Chen, how did you find out? Our tech department only caught it half a minute ago. Chen froze. Was this fat guy some kind of tech insider? He hung up with a faint smile and walked over to sit beside the fat man. Hey, 3 bottles of Coke. He waved at the waiter to bring them over. Thanks, the fat guy glanced at Chen, grabbed a Coke, and chugged it. Inside this place, a bottle ran $10. Not cheap. You trade stocks too? Chen asked, smiling. He opened his DA World app to show his full positions. Yeah, whoa, you bought that much Fengming. Nice, the fat guy lit up, thrilled to find common ground. They started talking with real enthusiasm. Fengming has strong momentum. I'm betting it won't let us down. Chen said his instincts were usually spot on. Yeah, there was just a surprise price crash, but you missed the window. They halted trading. The fat guy told Chen that a minute ago, Magic City Securities had suddenly dumped a huge block of original shares. Maybe 10 to 15%. He'd snatched up a bunch. How did you find out? Even the securities company got the news half a step behind you. Look, these are minor things. Everyone deals with some lag, but you need to understand one thing: terminal level control has zero delay. The heavy-set man pointed at the fluctuating curve on the screen. He admitted the securities firms had low latency and led in a lot of areas. That was only one piece of the puzzle. The real loophole in stocks was the time gap. Because of data transmission delays, most of the movement you saw wasn't accurate by the time you actually bought in. What you're seeing is the movement at this exact moment, he explained. By the time your order hits, it's a whole different story. He said he focused on stocks with big swings, ones that tripped his alert system within 3 seconds. That was already lightning fast, and it was all thanks to his specialized setup. You're that confident in your internet speed? Chen Cheng was genuinely surprised. He'd figured the guy was some kind of rule-breaking genius. Turned out he was just exploiting the time differential. An electronic trading bot isn't exactly common. Grabbing the bandwidth is the easy part. Sure, the bathhouse fees were steep, but working here was a hell of a lot more convenient than a cyber cafe. In a cafe, you had to fight a crowd for speed. Here, he practically had the whole line to himself. I'm starting to admire you. Let me see what other stocks you've got. I'll buy in on a few. Chen Cheng smiled and pointed at the screen. There's one more in electronics, but I wouldn't recommend it. No quick money there. A few food sector stocks you could grab, but nothing beats Huafeng. Everyone in the market said Huafeng was a mad dog, and a mad dog ran even wilder than a dark horse. The climb rate and the trend were just too solid. Plenty of people regretted missing out. At first, almost nobody believed in it. By the time they realized the trend wasn't going to dip, trading had already been halted. So, what business are you in? Your account balance looks pretty healthy. The heavy-set man chuckled, a little awkward. Shanghai wasn't short on rich people. He knew that. Nobody who came to this bathhouse was broke. Dropping 1,000 or 2,000 a day was routine here. Who else would be hanging around on a weekday? I'm in business. I also enjoy playing the market. What about you? Chen Cheng was already thinking about recruiting both of them. With their help, he could expand his securities firm overseas. If he could shave that half-second gap down even further, he didn't mind pouring in whatever it took. Me, I'm just a bum. The heavy-set man finished his cola in a few gulps and let out a burp. Time to head home. He waved at Chen Cheng and left with his friend. Chen Cheng wasn't about to let him go that easily. He caught up and paid their bill. What's this about? I like making friends. We hit it off, my treat. With that, Chen Cheng gave a casual wave and walked back into the bathhouse. The heavy-set man insisted on getting his phone number. This little play-hard-to-get move had already done the job. Everything else would fall into place from here. With a phone number, Chen Cheng could do a lot. What kind of boss do you think that guy is? Why'd he pick up our tab? The skinny guy was baffled. It couldn't just be because the conversation was good. You've got a point. Let's not take advantage. We'll wait for him to come out. The heavy-set man was determined. Worst case scenario, he'd return the favor. They waited over an hour before Chen Cheng finally emerged, and he'd settled the tab for 3 rounds. Damn. We can't even cover his 3 bills. 2 of them are several thousand each. Nearly 10,000 total. The heavy-set man hesitated. Screw it. Let's just pay one of them. The skinny guy was at a loss. At this point, they might as well have just slipped out. In the end, they didn't have to pay anything. Chen Cheng had a membership card. He just swiped it. When the 2 men spotted him, they looked confused. Ever since they'd come out, their eyes had been fixed on him. You're still here? Chen Cheng walked over and greeted them. No point letting misunderstandings fester, now that they knew each other. We wanted to thank you. Doesn't feel right. Just taking. The heavy-set man mentioned a restaurant nearby and offered to treat Chen Cheng to dinner. No need. We've got things to handle later, but you're both welcome to stop by my office. Chen Cheng handed them his business card, a hot stamped gold one he'd just had printed in Shanghai. The Securities Exchange logo was impossible to miss. The guy froze the second he saw it. Was this man the new shareholder of the Securities Exchange? Did we just hit the jackpot? The heavy-set man stared at the card, unsure what to say. But why wasn't he pissed about what happened earlier? Obviously, those scattered shares weren't something Chen Cheng had released on purpose, otherwise, trading wouldn't have halted so fast. This was clearly the other shareholders pulling strings, and they had ulterior motives. I don't know, but we should check out the exchange tomorrow. He's no ordinary guy. Nobody who took over an entire exchange was a pushover. Even those shareholders who'd already bailed, they weren't easy targets either, who knew what tactics they'd used to hit back, especially once they realized the exchange wasn't collapsing. IT was thriving. Damn Chen Cheng. Where the hell did this guy come from? That country bumpkin is way too lucky. In a large conference room, several shareholders were busy talking behind his back. I can't find any background on him. He's not from Shanghai, he's an outsider. They'd scoured the city and turned up almost nothing. It was like Chen Cheng didn't belong in this world. Then don't hold back, find an excuse to ruin him. Corporate warfare wasn't personal, they wouldn't go as far as physical harm, but personal attacks and media manipulation were fair game. Not everyone got to be that lucky. He's going to a private dance party tonight, arrange a few girls. I don't believe he won't cave. These shareholders were old foxes. They weren't worried Chen Cheng would resist. Besides, at a party packed with people, what were the odds he'd be the one well-behaved guest? It was a 30-minute drive from the bathhouse to the private club. Fu Bingui and Ma Deming felt refreshed after their rest. They looked revitalized. Their energy completely transformed. Brother Chen, you're a rare sight. It's a crime not to fully enjoy a place like this. Hearing this, Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile. It's not that. I just don't invest money in my own body. He knew how to control his spending. He had money, but he didn't waste it. That rule had governed him for years, and he hadn't broken it once. Now that's discipline. Both bosses gave him a thumbs up. The car parked quickly, and a waiter led them inside. The party's pretty casual, so I'll make introductions as we go, General Manager Liu said. He explained that everyone here was a major player in business, plus a good number of wealthy second-generation types. Getting in their good graces would make everything easier down the road. Just then, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached. Chairman Liu, Chairman Wang. And who's this? Let me introduce you. This is Wang Ping'an, President of the Federal Savings. And this is Ziegler, CEO of Wonder Buildings. At the mention of Wang Ping'an's name, Ziegler paused for a beat. Then he recovered fast, as though this was the man who'd turned the entire exchange market upside down. He honestly couldn't see what made Wang Ping'an so extraordinary. Good to meet you, Mr. Ziegler. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. Your reputation precedes you. I didn't realize you were this young and already so accomplished. They traded pleasantries, then found a table for four and sat down. You probably don't know this yet, but tonight's gathering is mostly about the Wu family. Ziegler spoke from experience. The Wu family already controlled all commercial trade south of Island Coast. If nothing changed, they'd be the ones calling the shots from here on out. Wang Ping'an was genuinely surprised. How could one family control an entire city's economy? That was absurd. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. The Wu family's influence and reputation aren't something ordinary wealth can match. Ziegler explained that since Wang Ping'an was new here, he couldn't know. The Wu family started with canal shipping and later took control of the whole city's economy. They dominated both land and water routes. Even Ziegler and the others had to pay an annual fee just to operate. And it's not just the fee, Boss Wang added. frustration in his voice. The real problem is, if you want to use their distribution network, they take a percentage of your sales. The cost of living in Island Coast was already steep, and under the Wu family's grip, prices had exploded. They didn't care if you could sell your product or not. All they cared about was their cut. If you made sales, fine. If you didn't, it didn't hurt them one bit. Wang Ping'an understood immediately. The Wu family wasn't running a real business, they were middlemen who'd used their monopoly on supply routes to lock down the entire commercial system. They forced everyone to let them take a slice, and nobody could push back. Clever. I definitely need to meet the head of the Wu family sometime. Wang Ping'an couldn't help smiling. Any mind that shrewd wasn't ordinary. Right on cue, surrounded by a crowd of followers, the Wu family's eldest son walked in. His steps were slow and deliberate. That's Wu Dao, the Wu family heir. The name meant nothing to Wang Ping'an, but the man's appearance left an impression among a room full of rough businessmen. He stood out, polished, sharp. I'll freshen up and rejoin you shortly, excuse me. With a wave, Wu Dao left the hall and headed to the lounge. His bodyguards stationed themselves at the door, silent and watchful. Who does he think he is, putting on that kind of show? A private party, and he drags this many bodyguards around. Boss Wang was fuming. He wanted nothing more than to slap Wu Dao across the face. He was barely scraping a profit as it was, and last month's new commission structure from the Wu family had been unbearable. It was practically cutting off his livelihood. If his self-control weren't so ironclad, he'd have snapped a long time ago. I'm curious, Wang Ping'an said. With a stranglehold like that, why haven't you fought back? Ziegler waved his hand quickly, signaling him to stop. Walls have ears. If someone overheard, it wouldn't end well. You don't understand, plenty of people have tried to resist over the years, but how long can you survive being squeezed? The Wu family extends credit to a lot of bosses. They've got their hands on everyone's throat. That was the core of it. Wu Dao claimed to offer loans unconditionally, but did anyone really believe he'd hand over money without knowing every detail of your company and every weakness you had? Of course not. The moment you sign an agreement with them, your fate isn't yours anymore. The Wu family never gives you room to breathe. General Manager Liu said this with clear-eyed certainty. Everyone at the table had grievances, but no one dared voice them openly. That's simple. Wang Ping'an smiled dismissively. He already had a plan to dismantle the Wu family's grip. And the timing was just about right. It was 2005 now. After the year-end market restructuring, the Wu family would have a target on their back. By then, even if they wanted to fight it, they'd have no choice but to fall in line. Wang Ping'an is here. Where is he? Why didn't he come pay his respects? During his break, Wu Dao glanced at his assistant, who pointed out Wang Ping'an at the table near the entrance. I figured as much, sitting with those three old foxes. I guess his vision is pretty limited after all. A sneer crossed Wu Dao's face. He'd expected Wang Ping'an might be something special, a man with real talent, but it turned out he was just another ordinary face in the crowd. The old master said this man just took control of the federal savings. He's no pushover, young master, please don't underestimate him. The assistant cautioned him carefully, worried Wu Dao might do something impulsive, but Wu Dao wasn't reckless. He knew how to prioritize. If Wang Ping'an wouldn't come to him, he'd go to Wang Ping'an. If the man in charge made the first move, Wang Ping'an would have no excuse. After resting for half an hour, Wu Dao was escorted back into the party. Enjoying yourselves, gentlemen? He greeted the three men at the table. Mr. Wang, you probably don't know me. I'm Wu Dao. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Wu Dao extended his hand, his tone was polite, but formal. You flatter me, Mr. Wu. I'm just a small player. I wouldn't dream of taking up your valuable time. Wang Ping'an shook his hand with a smile, then gestured for him to sit. Wu Dao glanced at the empty seat, then sat with a faint smirk. He hadn't actually wanted to sit. It felt beneath him, but for Wang Ping'an, he'd make an exception. They say you're an easygoing man, Mr. Wu. Now I see it for myself. Young Master Wu paused. He hadn't expected Wang Feng to make the first move. Flattered. I'm pretty easygoing by nature. Wang Feng smiled. Though I have to say, I'm learning a lot from watching you. Young Master Wu asked if he just arrived in Shanghai and why he hadn't reached out sooner. Things moved fast. If it weren't for this whole securities mess, I would have stopped by the Wu family estate already, but you know how unstable things are in our circle right now. I've heard a little something about a few people with bad intentions trying to stir the pot. Young Master Wu's smile stayed faint. He'd heard more than a little. He knew exactly what was happening. Those shareholders worked for him. The entire operation had been his call. Then you understand I didn't have much choice. I'm new in Shanghai, still figuring out where the lines are drawn. Wang Feng laughed it off, his words smooth but tight. He knew it was only a matter of time before he and young Master Wu went head to head. That was inevitable. Old money versus new. The old guard clings to the past, the new blood rides the future. There's a cocktail party tonight. Don't leave sober. Young Master Wu stood, flashing a smile as he worked the room. He was the center of attention. Why waste another second on Wang Feng? But he'd miscalculated one thing. Wang Feng knew exactly how to command a room too. Their exchange had drawn eyes. More than a few business owners were already trying to place him. Who is that guy? Takes serious nerve to sit there while young Master Wu plays nice. You didn't hear. He's the new president of the Securities Exchange. Names Wang Feng came in from outside. Naturally, the people who knew made sure the details spread. A man in Wang Feng's position was a hot commodity wherever he went. No kidding. Let's go introduce ourselves, make a connection. That was how the business world turned. Someone had to step up first. Nothing happened without initiative. And without connections, you went nowhere. Mr. Wang, did I hear you've been making waves, squeezing past all those shareholders to grab the top seat? That's not something the average guy pulls off. The speaker was a big man with a thick beard, stuffed into an expensive suit that somehow looked wrong on him. Wang Feng couldn't quite put his finger on it, but if he could, he'd suggest a wardrobe change immediately. The outfit was that ugly. And you are. Wang Feng's face stayed blank. He had zero interest in being friendly. The guy had come at him swinging. No respect whatsoever. Don't take it personally. That's just how he is. Li Changyu leaned in close. That's Wang Qiong, runs a construction supply operation. Emma. Wang my apologies. There's something you'd like to teach me? Wang Feng's tone was flat, deliberately unreadable. He wanted to see what this man was really after. Wang Qiong burst out laughing. Teach you? You've got to be joking. He jabbed a finger toward Wang Feng, his voice carrying across half the room. Other people might kiss your ass. I won't. He leaned in. This is Shanghai. If you're a dragon, you coil. If you're a tiger, you lie low. He rapped his knuckles on the table twice, then sauntered off. The whole scene was a warning, clean and simple. A nobody like Wang Qiong didn't pull a stunt like that without backup. He had the entire Wu family standing behind him. Looks like I'm not exactly welcome here. I'll call it an early night. Wang Feng smiled faintly and started to rise, but a handful of other businessmen drifted over, eager to talk. Parties were parties. After a few drinks, everyone was a brother. They began feeding him insider information. Then the women walked in. A stream of stunning girls flowed into the hall. What the hell is this? Wang Chong squinted, but he caught young Master Wu's glance from across the room. He waved his hand. Get them out of here, we're discussing business. Without another word, he herded the women straight into the private lounge. He had to keep the young master happy. His paycheck depended on it. Damn it. That idiot just stole our move. What do we do about Wang Feng now? The shareholders traded frustrated looks. They couldn't speak openly. Wang Chong answered to the same boss they did. If young Master Wu caught wind they were scheming, they'd be finished. Relax, young Master Wu and Wang Feng were acting like best friends a minute ago. All we need is a little push. One of the shareholders crept over and pulled Wang Chong aside for a private word. Are you idiots trying to get yourselves killed? Coming here? Wang Chong jerked his chin toward Wang Feng across the room. The message was clear. Oh, come on. It's just Wang Feng. Later, send one of those girls his way. I want him ruined. He slipped a card into Wang Chong's palm. The figure on it wasn't massive, but it was enough to keep Wang Chong comfortable for a solid year. No problem. I'm on it, but I'm telling you now, the best ones are for the young master. Wang Feng gets the leftovers, got it? No objections there. If Wang Chong was in, the shareholders weren't about to argue. Wang Feng had watched the entire sequence unfold, the women arriving, Wang Chong shooing them off, the tense huddle near the door. He simply pretended not to notice. You two head out first. I'll follow later. He set down his glass and walked over to the food. They wanted to play games. Fine. He'd play along. That was just who he was. If you're going to play big. Why waste energy doing nothing? Mr. Wang. I almost forgot to introduce myself properly. Fu Buoluan. I own this hotel. Mr. Fu. Wang Feng smiled and nodded. I'm a friend of Huang Baichuan. We grew up together, so let's skip the formalities. Fu Buoluan leaned in closer and lowered his voice. After the party, I'd strongly suggest you leave quickly, otherwise, things could get ugly. Wang Feng had expected something like this. He just hadn't expected a warning. What could possibly happen? You're overthinking it, Mr. Fu. We're all friends here. He laughed it off, the sound light and easy. Fu Buoluan sighed, helpless. He should have listened. Ignoring good advice only invites trouble. Sure, Wang Ping'an had a head for business, but his arrogance wasn't doing him any favors. He never reached out to Huang Baichuan either. His stance was clear, and nobody wanted to stir that pot again. The truth was, everything was already in motion right on the third floor of Boss Wang's hotel. From the third floor up, it was all guest suites, decent, not too crowded, mostly occupied by business owners and spoiled trust fund kids. The perfect playground for young Master Wu. Get in there and confirm. Make sure Wang Ping'an goes into the room. The shareholders had clocked Wang Ping'an's clothes. The lackey they sent was a rookie. He could only remember the target wore black. Problem was, Wang Ping'an's outfit looked almost identical to young Master Wu's, and with the crowd behind them, the kid had to ask around. Excuse me, you know where Wang Ping'an is? The businessman he stopped blinked. Why was someone hunting for Wang Ping'an out of nowhere? See that guy arm in arm with young Master Wu? That's Wang Ping'an. Go on. He pointed casually. The rookie figured the one in black was Wang Ping'an, and the man in the white shirt was young Master Wu. Made sense. No point dragging this out. Everything rolled forward just as planned. The girls were sent upstairs. Young Master Wu got first pick. Naturally, around here, he was king. Is Wang Ping'an coming? Young Master Wu glanced at his bodyguard. No, he had to leave. The bodyguard told the truth. Wang Ping'an never came near the floor. Fine, everyone out. I'm fine here. Young Master Wu hated interruptions, especially at a time like this. Anyone who disturbed him would pay downstairs. The lackey saw Wang Ping'an enter a room and immediately called the shareholders. Everything was in place, all they needed was the green light. Here's the plan. We catch him right in the middle of it, snap the photos, leak them, spin it as a scandal. The shareholder spelled it out. He had the shots. Nobody could control the narrative except him. Besides, a thing this simple, the media would devour it. By then, Wang Ping'an might not survive it, his reputation would be destroyed at minimum. The cost to his business, immeasurable. Think about it, can a tainted businessman keep closing deals? In our world, business runs on trust. And he can't even leave his own clients alone. At that, everyone laughed. Now they understood that was the whole scheme. Someone mentioned it on my way in. Don't leave yet, the show's about to start. Wang Ping'an smiled and told the other businessmen to hold off on driving away, hang around for just a minute. Is something happening? Fu Buoluan was confused. He had no idea what Wang Ping'an was getting at. Something's always happening. You're about to see a big scene. I was supposed to be the star, but I slipped out. Nothing got past him. These little tricks were way too obvious. He'd been in business for years. Only the lowest scum used dirty methods like this. Wang Ping'an didn't just look down on them, he genuinely despised them. Brother Wang, what big show, I'm lost. Nai Xiaolong kept begging for the inside scoop, but Wang Ping'an stayed quiet for a simple reason. If he told them everything now, what was the point of watching? Seduction trap. Finally, Wang Ping'an let those two words fall. Nothing else, they needed to see it for themselves. Up on the third floor, young Master Wu had just peeled off his shirt when footsteps echoed from the hall. The click of high heels made his pulse jump. He'd already noticed her at the party. Hey, handsome. The girl leaned against the doorframe and gave young Master Wu a look that burned straight through him. Come here. Let me tell you about life and dreams. Blood rushed to his head. Young Master Wu couldn't stay still anymore. He was no gentleman, and in this city, hardly anyone would dare cross him. Almost time. Let's move. The shareholders said it, but they didn't go in first. They signaled the waiting paparazzi to storm through the door and grab the best angles. Just follow the plan, snap everything. The details were locked in. The paparazzi didn't hesitate. They sprinted toward the third floor. $1,000 a head just for photos. Where else could you land a gig like that? Nowhere in this entire city. Wang Ping'an brought this on himself. He shows up and pisses off the wrong people. Let him find out this city isn't as simple as he thinks. The shareholders felt vindicated. They waited for the signal, then slowly made their move. You've got 1 minute, delete the photos and get out. Young Master Wu didn't flinch. He stared coldly at the photographers holding their cameras. Not happening, not even if the emperor himself showed up. They had backups. The plan was already in motion. Half the negatives were out the door. The ones left were just waiting for the main payoff. Right here. Staring at the room number above the door, the shareholders couldn't stop grinning. They hadn't planned to barge in like this, but what better opportunity was there? Slapping Wang Ping'an right in the face, wouldn't that feel perfect? With that thought, they pushed the door open. Boss, it's done, got some great shots. The paparazzi rushed to claim credit. That, the shareholders glanced toward the bed. Wait. You'd better have a damn good explanation. Young Master Wu stared coldly at the shareholders. His fury had hit the ceiling. Young Master Wu, we had no idea you were here. We're so sorry. They never expected to find young Master Wu inside instead of Wang Ping'an. So this was your plan? You were targeting the Wu family? Young Master Wu raised an eyebrow. Taking his time getting dressed. Once he was ready, he stepped over and patted a shareholder on the shoulder. You did very well. I really appreciate you. General Manager Liu's words still hung in the air when the door burst open. Several burly bodyguards stormed in. They worked the shareholders over for 5 solid minutes without stopping. Every camera got smashed. Every last one of those men was left bruised and battered. Only when the noise died down did General Manager Liu step inside, unhurried and deliberate. You've really disappointed me. Do you have any idea how much I trusted you? His voice was flat, so flat it made their stomachs drop. Boss Liu, it's not what you think. We were going after Wang Ping'an. General Manager Liu let out a harsh laugh. Wang Ping'an? Then tell me, where is he? He slapped the man hard across the face, then kicked another shareholder to the ground without a second thought. A sharp gesture to his men, and the beating started again. 5 minutes clearly hadn't been enough. When you commit all the way. What was 5 minutes, really? 10 more minutes of brutal, indiscriminate blows left the shareholders swollen and barely recognizable. They collapsed onto the floor, helpless, clinging to consciousness. Now tell me, are all the photos here? General Manager Liu's glare cut right through them. They had no fight left. They're all here, but a few copies already went to the newspaper. We couldn't stop them in time. Damn it. General Manager Liu didn't care about tabloid gossip personally. He'd never paid attention to that noise, but this could give someone an opening to blow the whole thing up, and he didn't want to be the center of a storm in Island Coast. Call the newspaper, kill the story, send money to the editor. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll have a very different kind of conversation. He dismissed the shareholders. He and his men swept out of the hotel. See that? General Manager Liu's already on the move. Wang Ping'an didn't even need to think about it. The next stop would be the newspaper, but he was already one step ahead. He'd spotted the goons when they ran out. He had all the negatives. Got it. Don't worry. Feng Yang smiled faintly and sent Wang Ping'an a text. He wanted those shareholders destroyed, so there was no way he'd pass up a chance to screw them over. At this point, there was no turning back. Wang, how did you know they were coming for you? Li Changyu couldn't wrap his head around it, and no matter how careful Wang Ping'an was, he shouldn't have known about the plan, let alone managed to frame General Manager Liu. Simple. I'm not rich, and I'm not handsome. Wang Ping'an knew himself well. From the moment that gathering ended, he'd felt eyes on him, so he figured, why not test the waters? If he could shift the blame onto General Manager Liu, even better. Besides, not many people know what I look like. They might have heard the name, but they've never seen my face. That's why he'd ditched the suit jacket. The white shirt was the real MVP. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Wang Feng was full of admiration. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it himself. If those same tactics had been used on him, he'd have been in serious trouble. They won't come after you. Don't worry. Wang Ping'an was certain of it. Those shareholders would need support from other businessmen in Island Coast to rebuild. Pissing off more powerful players would be stupid, and they'd already burned their pride by targeting him directly. Let's head back to the office. No need to go to the newspaper with these photos. What can't we do? He smiled and tucked the photos into an envelope. Glancing at the man in the back seat, he gave a faint grin. When are you letting me go? I gave you the photos. If we let you go now, we'll never be able to clear this up. Sit tight. We'll wait for General Manager Liu to arrive and have a nice, long chat. Wang Ping'an told Wang Feng to start driving. He'd wait for General Manager Liu at the stock exchange. 3 paparazzi had tried to run. Wang Ping'an caught one, and Feng Yang had grabbed 2 more right outside the newspaper office. They were good at taking pictures, but not much else. Feng Yang had taken them down without a fight. It almost made him wonder if the bar for paparazzi was really that low. The situation's handled, but I'm not swallowing this. You figure out what comes next. Feng Yang knew he'd have to fall out with the Liu family sooner or later, might as well be now, and after everything Wu Dao had told him, he knew General Manager Liu was behind it all. If General Manager Liu could be ruthless, so could he. Wrong. Now's not the time to fall out with General Manager Liu. At least we have leverage. Wang Ping'an said he wanted to negotiate with General Manager Liu. What he wanted was the Liu family's influence across the entire district. He'd explain why soon enough. You've got another scheme up your sleeve. I trust you, but you've seen the company. We lost 10% equity. Thinking about it stung. 10% wasn't a small amount, especially since Wang Ping'an had promised that exact amount to Huang Baichuan. Relax. We'll get that back soon. I've got plenty of ways to fix this once and for all. Wang Ping'an knew that once the fat guy and the tall, skinny guy showed up, the whole stock market game would shift. By then, even if he wasn't some visionary, his income wouldn't drop. General Manager Liu's here. Feng Yang looked surprised. Why would he show up out of nowhere? Don't be surprised. I sent word. Follow my lead. Wang Ping'an sat calmly on the sofa, already brewing tea. Well, boss, Wang's got taste. Drinking tea at a time like this. What? Was dinner last night not to your liking? General Manager Liu pushed the door open with a smile and nodded at Feng Yang. You flatter me, Boss Liu. I usually drink tea to calm my nerves when I'm on edge. Hope you don't mind. Of course not. Why would Wang Ping'an be nervous? He was just making excuses and they both knew it, but General Manager Liu didn't feel like arguing. He'd come for the photos. I heard there's something damaging about me in your hands. Boss Wang. What's your angle? Wang Ping'an laughed and tossed the envelope onto the table. Then he signaled Feng Yang to bring the man in. Wang Ping'an tossed the envelope onto the table. I caught those paparazzi pests at the entrance. They're probably tied to that boss Wang somehow. I don't care about the photos, so you can take them. Young Master Wu frowned, watching Wang Ping'an. Was this guy seriously not going to use an opportunity like this against him? Wang Ping'an, stop playing games. I'm honestly surprised you'd do this. He reached for the photos, but Wang Ping'an's palm slapped down over them first. Hold on, drink this cup of tea first. Wang Ping'an smiled and poured, taking his time rinsing the cup once more. There's an art to it. Tea ceremony is all about the ritual. Young Master Wu had no choice but to watch Wang Ping'an put on a show. He knew the man was stalling, trying to make him cave. Fine, there wasn't much he couldn't agree to. Just say what you want. Young Master Wu didn't want to waste time. For all he knew, the newspaper office was already running the story. Give me a storefront in the commercial district. I'll pay rent. Wang Ping'an made it sound simple. Most of the shops on Jiangnan's commercial strip belonged to the Wu family. Was that really too much to ask? Tough request. Boss Wang. Don't you know my father's in charge now? Young Master Wu shut that down immediately, trading some cheap photos for a prime commercial shop. Delusional. A single storefront there pulled in over 100,000 a year in rent. No way he'd hand one over. That property was prime Wu family real estate. Handing it to Wang Ping'an would be like handing him the knife and baring their throat. There was no way young Master Wu would agree. He just hoped Wang Ping'an wouldn't push it too far. That's not pushing it. If I wanted to push it, I'd ask for more than one shop. Wang Ping'an tapped the envelope on the table. I'm a businessman. I don't usually deal with this sort of thing. But if this little incident ruins the Wu family's reputation, wouldn't that be a bigger problem? Young Master Wu never expected the shareholder's clumsy move would hand Wang Ping'an the upper hand like this. Now he was stuck playing defense at every turn, and there was almost nothing he could do. Wang Ping'an, you're playing with fire. No one's ever taken anything from me before. Young Master Wu's face darkened, fury burning in his eyes. Is this how the Wu family asks for favors? Let me tell you, young Master Wu, I'm not like other people. They might beg for your help. I'm more practical. Wang Ping'an flipped the teacup upside down on the table and raised an eyebrow. Yes or no? Young Master Wu had been in business for years and had never met anyone this bold. It felt like Wang Ping'an had a grip on everything, pulling strings at every step. I can agree, but you'd better know if you can handle what I give you. The concession was clear, but so was the threat. Young Master Wu could give, but Wang Ping'an better not take it. If he did, he'd be disrespecting young Master Wu, and the Wu family would find a way to retaliate. Why wouldn't I be able to handle it? If young Master Wu does me the favor, I'll gladly accept it. Wang Ping'an gave a lazy wave. I've already walked the commercial district. Any storefront will work. Even the worst one has potential. You choose. It'll be faster. Fine. Young Master Wu pulled out his phone and called his secretary, ordering him to bring the contract immediately and to tell the shop's current tenants to vacate. The contract will be here in half an hour. I've already told my people to clear out the property. Satisfied? Wang Ping'an nodded with a smile. Satisfied? How could I not be? Whatever young Master Wu decides, I'm all for it. For some reason, young Master Wu felt a sting in Wang Ping'an's words. But he had to admit he admired the guy. Wang Ping'an, come work for me. I don't make this offer to just anyone. It was true, few people impressed young Master Wu, and Wang Ping'an was one of them. He promised that if Wang Ping'an joined him, he'd have access to any storefront, no dirty tricks required. Those just weren't classy, is that so? Wang Ping'an smiled lightly and shook his head. Not interested. Besides, I heard this whole mess was cooked up by your own men. That just proves your methods don't work. He patted young Master Wu's shoulder. Keep an eye on the people around you. Not every alley cat and stray mutt belongs on a stage like this. Young Master Wu's temper flared, but he couldn't snap at Wang Ping'an. After the contract was signed, he destroyed the photos and headed straight for the newspaper office. This Wang Ping'an is really pushing it. Young Master Wu cursed repeatedly in the car. Today, Wang Ping'an had thoroughly infuriated him. If it weren't for his pride, he'd have taught Wang Ping'an a lesson with his own two hands. But giving him a shop, don't you think that's too much? The secretary asked. Handing over prime real estate was a huge opportunity for Wang Ping'an. Things weren't looking good. Of course it wasn't good. Did he need to be told that? If I had a choice, would I have given in to Wang Ping'an? Young Master Wu's words made his thoughts clear. This was a dead end. Tell those shareholders to watch their step. Deduct the losses from their accounts. No profit, no action. Young Master Wu needed to make them bleed a little after he handled this. Otherwise, how could he lead a team, the prestigious Wu family, outmaneuvered by their own men? If word got out, it would be humiliating. And don't tell the old man about any of this. Young Master Wu was still afraid of his father, Old Master Wu. Old Master Wu hadn't given him the authority to run wild like this. Don't worry, young Master. I've already contacted the newspaper office. Their editor-in-chief is waiting for you. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes stopped outside the newspaper office. Young Master Wu didn't get out. Young Master Wu, I heard you wanted to see me. The man standing before him was, of course, the newspaper editor. Boss Wang gestured for his secretary to open the car door and invite the man inside. The courtesy threw the editor off balance. Very few people ever got an invitation to sit in Boss Wang's car. Don't look so stunned. I've always believed in making friends. You handled things well today. Even when he needed a favor, Boss Wang wore his status like armor. Backing down wasn't an option for the eldest son of the Wang family. Boss Wang, pleased that it's our honor to take care of things for you, the editor replied, his laugh slick with flattery. He didn't mention that his knees had nearly buckled when the story first hit his desk. These two men ranked among the most powerful players in the city. He'd honestly had no idea whether publishing the piece was a stroke of genius or career suicide. Save the pleasantries, anyone who does right by me gets remembered. Your position will change soon. Boss Wang smiled as he spoke, then flicked his hand in a casual wave. The promise was sealed. Well, then now that you've given the green light, my lips are sealed. The editor climbed out of the car, his grin stretched so wide it must have hurt. Elsewhere, Feng Yang was already laying out the opening salvo of their business war. His concepts were so far ahead of the curve that even Huang Baichuan struggled to grasp how stocks could be weaponized like this. Chasing the thrill is the whole point. Stability doesn't interest us, Feng Yang said, explaining his preference for high-risk positions. The returns materialized fast and could multiply several times over. Compared to slow-moving, safe stocks, the daily numbers alone are enough to get everyone's pulse racing. His first move was ruthless: dump any stock that grew less than 1% in a month. Original shares, potential growth stocks, it didn't matter. None of them would show improvement in the short term. They weren't even managing a decent red candle. But realistically, not every stock could move like pinching. They needed deeper, alternative targets they could actually control. Right now, I've isolated 10 stock types. If we buy in at our set ratios with 100 million in capital, we can reap over 50 million the very next day. After deducting transaction fees and operational costs, Feng Yang calculated a net gain of around 30 million. Clean. So we're just buying and selling around the clock? Huang Baichuan frowned. The margins on flipping for a simple spread were thin once you accounted for those punishing fees. Not constant buying and selling. It's a bidding strategy, Feng Yang said, a sly grin breaking across his face. A rise always triggers a fall. We can't make every sector a manic bull market. That was impossible anyway. Just like you couldn't plunge every sector into a catastrophic bear market. That would be chaos. Their job was to boost one batch of stocks, use that momentum to suppress another batch's price, and then buy in during the dip. That meant a stock originally worth 5 points could be scooped up for 3, or even 2. Then, once they sold it all off, its value would drift back to its natural track, a net gain of 3 whole points. The understanding finally hit Huang Baichuan. Feng Yang's mind worked in ways that genuinely unsettled him. No wonder the guy operated at the top level. Enough flattery. We're the biggest securities firm in this city. Our reputation in the East depends entirely on how we execute now, Feng Yang said, signaling him to push the software rollout. His engineers would be arriving soon. Their hometown securities firm had relocated in its entirety to this city. As Feng Yang put it, they'd moved the whole system. Management and upper-level staff remained mostly intact. They couldn't demolish everything they'd already built just to develop a single industry here. Feng Yang's ambition went beyond expanding the securities market. He intended to catapult his own city into the first tier. It sounded insane, but he believed in his ability to pull it off. You mentioned you found 2 talents. These are the ones? Huang Baichuan asked, his gaze drifting toward the pair with open skepticism. He couldn't muster any enthusiasm for the heavy-set man standing in front of him, especially next to a rail-thin companion who seemed to exist purely for contrast. The skinny one looked utterly drained, devoid of all energy. Even wearing a suit, he radiated zero presence. Don't judge by appearances. Let me do the introductions. Feng Yang smiled and nodded toward the larger man. This is Rod. He finds the loopholes in our securities structure, and this is Ross. Neither had volunteered their real names, and Feng Yang had decided the nicknames worked perfectly well. Then he recounted what had gone down at the bathhouse, a story that made Rod shift his weight with visible discomfort. You met them in a bathhouse, and they told you about the loophole? Huang Baichuan inhaled sharply. He'd had no idea. Damn. You two really are something else. Genuine shock settled onto his features. This whole situation was far from ordinary. If they'd been on our side back then, we could have avoided that loss, Feng Yang said with a faint, knowing smile. He added that many of the shares Rod currently held could simply be upgraded to original shares. That would finally set his mind at ease. Brother Feng, does that mean we're actual shareholders in the securities firm now? Rod couldn't believe his luck. There was a real difference between floating shares and original shares. This upgrade made his holdings more valuable, and it meant he'd enjoy full shareholder privileges. What else would it mean? I've pulled every string I have to keep you two here, Feng Yang said. Then he told them they were free to come and go as they pleased, but he had one condition. Name it. We'll say yes to anything. Rod blurted the words out, fully aware of what he was committing to. Back home, he'd been a total waste of space. Having a shot at becoming someone worthwhile, that was already monumental. And they hadn't even delivered results yet. Next year, a Times Chamber of Commerce in the South is going to run wild without restraint. As you all know, the friction between the Eastern and Southern securities markets has been intense, Feng Yang said. Everyone present understood exactly what he meant. 2 years ago, that same rivalry had sparked real tension between the two regions. Business war was a fight without smoke, and investors on both sides had been whipped into a frenzy. So we need to crush the Southern securities hub? Huang Baichuan asked, confusion flickering in his eyes. He thought Feng Yang's concept bordered on the unbelievable. He'd never once considered this possibility. When he first founded the Securities Center, his only goal had been keeping trading power locked in his own hands. Besides, the sheer audacity of this approach felt deeply, profoundly satisfying. It wasn't about shutting them out. It was about merging, resource integration, more or less. He laid out the term with the kind of calm confidence that made people lean in. Simple version: we trade resources, find equilibrium. That gives us access to both the Eastern and Southern securities trading markets so we can move without friction. He explained that this would pull even more users onto the platform, with securities trading as the tip of the spear. One of them knew enough to spot the gap. You're not wrong, but no one's actually implemented a model like that overseas. That's not the point. If we set the precedent, the rest will scramble to catch up. And by the time they do, we won't just be half a second ahead. His words landed. They'd already paid a brutal price for that half-second lead. Soon, none of it would be a dream. It would happen sooner than any of them expected. After a brief back and forth, he nodded goodbye to the others and stepped out. He said he wanted to see the shop in person. If anyone had time, they could come take a look. Another man called out from behind his desk. Same drill as always, I'll hold things down here. You guys go. He clearly wanted to join, but the mountain of paperwork wasn't going anywhere. Cheng, man, you're way too impressive. If it weren't for that business card, we never would have guessed who you really are. The first guy couldn't help himself. He said he genuinely admired him from the bottom of his heart. Don't flatter me. You guys have things I envy too. He meant it. Handing over 10% equity to lock in 2 bug detectors had already saved him a fortune in potential losses. It was an absolute steal. When they arrived at Jiangnan Commercial Street, Cheng took in the space the man he'd hired had secured for him. It was cleared out, yes, but the debris left behind was nothing to brag about. The man himself stood there, arms crossed, face unreadable. You told me to leave you a space. You didn't tell me what kind of space. He'd only called to notify Cheng after the job was done. Cheng smiled, pulled out his phone to snap a photo, then signaled his people to start cleaning. I've seen the shop, looks great. A little tidying up and the place would transform completely. Then he could renovate however he wanted. The storefront was on the small side, though, so he couldn't expand his other ventures into it. He scanned the surrounding blocks. Think about it, what kind of business works best here? Most shops sold clothes, so a food place would feel off. Besides, the layout wasn't suited for a restaurant. I'd go with fried skewers, one of them said without hesitation. People get tired walking around, they want a snack. If it were up to him, he'd already be grabbing a few. Cheng shook his head. No way fried skewers would tank the whole street's image. That was wishful thinking, nobody else would bite. Another jumped in. What about drinks? On a day like this, who doesn't want something cold while they shop? The suggestion hit the mark. It matched his own instinct. He was already planning to conquer the street with beverages. Drinks wouldn't stain clothes, it was the perfect angle. I'm thinking a tea shop. This space is just right, fast, no long waits. The first chain tea store in the city. Only he would come up with something this original. Even though the concept hadn't taken off locally yet, he wasn't worried about franchise deals lining up. He'd already mapped out the trends for the next few years. So many people made their own tea. And the taste was appalling. That's exactly why the tea and fruit tea industry kept thriving and kept getting pricier. As consumer standards rose, so did their demand for quality. One of them grumbled, "This city's cost of living ain't cheap. A cup of tea's gotta be at least 10 or 20 bucks, right? And we're on the biggest commercial street in town. We'd make a killing." Cheng smiled. "You're right. I hear you. Let's give it a shot." His mind was already racing through the layout, from the posters to the wiring. Ultra-thin monitors weren't on the market yet, so LCD screens weren't ideal either. Most displays in this era were still those clunky boxes. By the way, where's a good place to eat around here? Which restaurant does the best business? As soon as he asked, everyone laughed. "Oh, come on. You already know. Anyone can tell you the best is that place." One pointed straight ahead. Right at the absolute prime spot on the street sat a family-run hot pot restaurant. The business was insane. "Let's go check it out, and while we're at it, let that man treat us to a meal." He grinned and waved them along. He didn't care who picked up the tab. Someone would. Truth be told, the hot pot place was impressive. The ingredients were top quality. He'd assumed a location this prime might be all sizzle and no steak, but they actually had real skill. That spicy aroma is just right. I'll give that man credit, he knows his stuff. Another cut in immediately. "No, this place isn't his. It belongs to the other." The other? Cheng had never heard the name. He motioned for the speaker to keep talking. "The other is his younger brother, the second young master of the family." He explained that the brothers had never gotten along. Even though most of the commercial street was family property, the younger had snagged the hottest central location back then. The entire business world was buzzing about it. Everyone was shocked. Eventually, the older brother couldn't refuse their father's demand and had to give up the spot. That's how the younger's hot pot restaurant came to be, and everyone knew it was the golden goose. "Let's see if the food holds up." I didn't expect this much drama behind the scenes, Cheng said. "I am the office of Scent Hot Pot." The younger brother was studying the surveillance feed. He'd known the moment the visitor arrived. "This guy brought 2 people and ordered a lot of food," he murmured. "From what they're saying, it's just small talk." "Aren't you going to check it out? I heard Wang Ping'an just snagged a prime storefront from your brother." The assistant's words landed like a slap. When had that cheapskate brother of his ever given anything away? Wang Ping'an was clearly no ordinary player. Prime storefront. Where? Corner shop small, but still a big loss for your brother. The assistant wasn't wrong. In a city like the East, where every square foot cost a fortune, especially in the central business district, a spot like that wasn't something you could just throw money at. Send them some food first. A few dishes. Test the waters. Boss Wang's hot pot place was killing it. Spending a little extra meant nothing. If Wang Ping'an was that sharp, why wouldn't Boss Wang want to build a connection? In the end, nobody knew who'd come out on top. And if Wang Feng was trying to win Wang Ping'an over, Boss Wang was damn sure going to interfere. This was about the Wang family's future. Every Wang kid wanted to run the show. The selection process was ruthless. Birth order didn't matter. Annual revenue and net profit did. Even with his restaurant raking in cash, it still might not be enough to beat Wang Feng's sprawling empire. Hey, you three. Compliments of the owner. Enjoy. The assistant set down platters of premium meat. Nearby diners craned their necks. Everyone knew this hot pot place had never done that in all its years. Whoever earned Boss Wang's personal treatment mattered. Thank your boss for me. These look incredible. Wang Ping'an smiled, easy and relaxed, and waved for old Jiang and the others to dig in. Finding authentic hot pot this good in the East wasn't easy. The dipping sauce alone was worth studying. Not bad. I could launch a chain here. Wang Ping'an was already planning a real conversation with Boss Wang. He had an entire line of sauce recipes ready to go. Boss Wang probably had no idea those bottled sauces came straight from Wang Ping'an's factory. Feng Yang had handled that perfectly. 0 marketing, 0 promotion, and they'd still made it all the way to a top-tier city like the East. Boss, I got the details. Wang Ping'an wants to talk to you. He said he manufactures all those sauces himself. What? Boss Wang froze, then pulled up the supplier's contact info. Sure enough, Feng Yang and Wang Ping'an were from the same town. Damn, this Wang Ping'an really keeps his cards close to his chest. Looks like he's planning a hot pot chain right here in the East. You think he can pull that off? The assistant nearly laughed, but swallowed it. No point stealing the boss's thunder. No big deal. Double our order with Feng Yang and comp Wang Ping'an's table. Boss Wang told his assistant to drop a hint when the check came. He genuinely wanted to get on Wang Ping'an's radar. The assistant didn't know the full game plan, but he followed instructions. Wang Ping'an wasn't ordinary. He had major bosses wrapped around his finger. Hey, Wang, what kind of business were you in before? You really understand the market. Old Jiang always got chatty when he ate. The guy was a natural talker. Market instincts come from experience. I just know marketing. Wang Ping'an said it was a shame to have a hot pot spot this good and not open more locations. Food culture was a basic need, fundamental, but even with the business district thriving, the customer base was way too narrow. What? Boss Wang's temper flared the second he overheard that. He'd chosen this location specifically for the foot traffic, and now Wang Ping'an was saying he'd screwed up? Give me a break. It's a business district. What location could be better? The tall, skinny guy couldn't wrap his head around it. Anyone who didn't know Wang Ping'an would think he was full of it. But they knew better. Wang Ping'an had the skills to back it up. Sure, the business district performs, but if it were me, I'd hit every plaza across the city. Even set up shop near high-end residential compounds. Wouldn't that pull in more money? Wang Ping'an smiled, calm and steady. The daily revenue at those spots might not beat the flagship, but here's the catch. Any day except weekends, a single branch would crush this main store. Want to bet? That sly grin spread across Wang Ping'an's face. This rule would hold true for centuries. Damn, how did I not see that? Boss Wang used to be so proud of his decision. Now he felt like an idiot. He knew exactly how his restaurant performed outside of weekends. It barely made dinner money. During the day, the place was a ghost town. The surrounding offices were packed with 9-to-5ers. Who was coming out here to eat? Quick, get things ready. I'm going to meet him. Boss Wang couldn't keep his cool. He walked straight to Wang Ping'an's table. Mr. Wang, let me introduce myself. I'm Boss Wang, the owner. Mr. Wang, pleasure's all mine. Wang Ping'an smiled and gestured for him to sit, pouring a cup of tea. So, Mr. Wang, did you come to ask about the food, or do you want to talk business? Old Jiang couldn't hold back a laugh. Wang Ping'an was too smooth. Not just Boss Wang, any seasoned player would end up dancing to his tune. A little of both. Why people tell me you're a real hot pot fan, Boss Wang said. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the dipping sauce. Pure handmade, only someone who really knows the craft would use something like that. You're right. I screened a lot of options. Your sauce is the one that fits best. Boss Wang didn't hide a thing. He admitted upfront that everything he'd done was aimed at scaling his food business. I assume you caught what I just said. Wang Ping'an's question forced Boss Wang to nod. If he hadn't overheard it, why would he be this wound up? Mr. Wang, I hear you're building a chain. I want in. Wang Ping'an leaned forward. He was offering to front all the capital. In return, General Manager Liu would take 30%, the highest stake he'd ever put on the table. Normally, anyone getting 30% without putting up a dime would be a fool to say no. General Manager Liu's smile didn't reach his eyes. He waved a hand. He was the exception. He wasn't agreeing. Why not? Wang Ping'an's voice cracked. He genuinely hadn't expected a refusal. Simple point. 30% doesn't cover the risk. General Manager Liu paused. You know your situation, right? Wang Ping'an had heard the rumors that only made him more determined. He swore no one would dare touch his operation. The Wang family backed him. In Shanghai, that still meant something. And your brother, Wang Feng? General Manager Liu's smirk said it all. Wang Ping'an's reaction had already given him away. If he wasn't scared of his own brother, they might have something to build on, but this, pointless. You mean my brother? He wouldn't interfere. He wouldn't dare. Wang Ping'an's voice rose. Blood brothers they might be, but in business they were enemies. That wasn't going to change. Wang Feng might not come after you, but he'll come after me. General Manager Liu cut straight through the noise. His stance was clear. If Wang Ping'an wanted his cooperation, there was a conditioned no loose ends that was non-negotiable. That's it. Done. With General Manager Liu as his partner, those problems would disappear. Wang Ping'an could call Wang Feng right now and make it clear the whole operation was under his protection. No, that'll just make Wang Feng hate me more. You need to go public with it. General Manager Liu had a foolproof play. Do it in front of everyone, and the worries vanish. Then we'll do it your way. No objections from me. Wang Ping'an was still hoping General Manager Liu would reconsider the 30%. It was the highest share he'd ever offered anyone. Honestly, General Manager Liu didn't give a damn about that 30%. If he ran the business himself, he'd have Wang Ping'an bankrupt inside a month. The only thing stopping him was capital. He didn't have enough to open multiple locations. 50%, half and half, then I'm in. General Manager Liu held up a hand, still smiling. Fine deal. Unlike Wang Feng, Wang Ping'an didn't sweat the immediate cost. He cared about the upside. He believed General Manager Liu was capable. Even at 50-50, he wouldn't end up in the red. Let's make this work. General Manager Liu signaled the waiter for more food. For the next 2 hours, they broke down business systems and market principles. He did most of the talking, because the other three had no idea what to contribute. By the time he finished, they were all staring. I never imagined a restaurant business could spin off so many angles. Wang Ping'an thought his own ideas were solid. After hearing General Manager Liu's framework, he realized how laughable they were. Taste isn't the only standard. You're in the food industry. Service quality and customer experience come first. General Manager Liu explained that only by hitting all those marks could they draw more people in. The customer is king. Take a look at your waitstaff. That attitude won't cut it. He stood, still smiling, and didn't bother paying the bill. Instead, he slipped his business card into Wang Ping'an's hand. If they needed him, they could call. Otherwise, he was off to scout locations. Funny how things turned out. General Manager Liu hadn't expected to fast-track his Shanghai plans, let alone with the Wang family's backing. The team's ready. I'll lock in the locations, then leave Shanghai. He was heading back for other matters. If everything went smoothly, the restaurant industry might be booming by year's end. Listen up. If I show up unannounced, there are only 2 reasons. Point 1, you screwed up and I have to fix it. Point 2, you killed it so hard I had to see it for myself. With that, General Manager Liu told the driver to take him to the airport. He was joking, mostly, but he still had to build his business system in Jiangbei. Eventually, the only real competition would be the Jiangnan Commercial Street. Back in his home city, Feng Mingdong waved at him from the airport pickup zone. Long time no see. You get fatter? General Manager Liu stared. Feng Mingdong's gut was rounding out like he was pregnant. Don't even start. I'm entertaining clients every day. Now I know what the good life really is. Feng Mingdong shrugged in defeat. Eat and drink from morning till night. What about those bosses up north? They should be supplying us by now, right? General Manager Liu had already taken their money. They couldn't just not show up for the goods. They're all using our transportation, fast and cheap. Why would they pick it up themselves? Feng Mingdong said General Manager Liu's foresight was unmatched. Anyone else would have missed the angle. Only a mind like his could get to that level. Don't flatter me. Let me tell you. Business has been rough lately. General Manager Liu had heard about scammers exploiting people's greed. That kind of thing had to be shut down. He wasn't about to let them poison the market. We've got some of that here too. I was just about to tell you. Feng Mingdong said a group showed up 2 nights ago on the south side of the city. They claimed to offer investment returns. Invest 10 grand to start. Double your money in a month. Toss in 100 grand, you get 150 back in a month. No way that was real. General Manager Liu shook his head. He wouldn't buy it for a second. Please tell me you didn't fall for that. He sounded exhausted. That kind of payout was impossible. Money didn't fall from the sky. There was no free lunch. Of course I didn't believe it. But they came in hard. 3 days in, they've already raked in tens of millions. Feng Mingdong wouldn't lie about that. The motive behind it was obvious. 3 days, and the money had poured in fast. Tens of millions already. Some investors even claimed they understood the risks. They were willing to accept them. No conditions attached. The funds sat in a corporate account where nobody could trace the money trail. At least they had contracts in their hands. That contract has 0 legal weight. You need to stop while you still can. Wang Ping'an warned them, voice flat. Keep walking this road, and they would lose everything. The real world had plenty of examples. Pyramid schemes, illegal fundraising. They all worked the same way, prey on human psychology. Everyone wanted to get rich, but was that wealth actually reachable? That was a different question entirely. When Wang Ping'an got back to the factory, someone was already in his office. And you are? He asked, frowning. Allow me to introduce myself, Boss Wang, owner of Wang Investments. Good for you. What do you want? I don't have any money to invest with you. Wang Ping'an didn't bother with pleasantries. This had to be the man running the illegal operation Wang Feng had mentioned. First time meeting, and you're already shutting me down. Boss Wang smiled, unbothered. We both know we're not ordinary people. The man had solid sales instincts. He talked himself up, positioning himself like he was Wang Ping'an's equal. That level of shamelessness wasn't something just anyone could pull off. It almost made Wang Ping'an want to play along. Fine. Go ahead. Let's hear your brilliant investment plan. Boss Wang's face lit up. When a potential client showed that much interest, the deal was practically closed. I can't just casually share an investment plan. Our company has confidentiality agreements. If Wang Ping'an really wanted to know, he would have to agree to a partnership first. Otherwise, Boss Wang would have to say goodbye. Playing hard to get. I practically invented that move. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. He said they could sign a cooperation agreement anytime. But he wanted to know what kind of opportunity he would be missing out on. Unless missing out meant losing it forever, the push worked. Boss Wang had no choice but to follow along. He could see a flicker of interest in Wang Ping'an's eyes, even though the man clearly held all the cards. We'll use your capital for fixed investments, spreading the money across multiple projects. The returns are enormous. He explained the structure. For every 10 million, split into 6 installments, the principal plus interest would come back at 3 million per installment. So in 6 months, Wang Ping'an would roughly double his money. And that was just the vertical piece, dividends stacked on top. That sounds solid. So if I invest 100 million, I get back 200 million in 6 months. Boss Wang nodded fast, but 100 million was serious money. He admitted he couldn't approve that alone. He would need to consult with his higher-ups. No problem. Go talk it over. Let me know what you decide. Wang Ping'an kept his faint smile and gestured for Feng Yang to show him out. The guy would call back. No questioned. 100 million was on the table. That kind of cash let them grab and vanish. And the legal definition of economic fraud wouldn't quite stick. They would argue it was a legitimate investment, especially since the process was deliberately opaque. But you actually agreed to that. Aren't you asking for trouble? Feng Yang didn't get it. Why was Wang Ping'an walking straight into a trap? I agreed because I'm certain I can outplay him. That's the only reason. Wang Ping'an didn't need to think twice about a scheme this amateurish. If the man dared to negotiate, Wang Ping'an would take them all down. People like that dragged the city's economy into the gutter. They were exactly the kind of trash that messed up his entire plan. Before the industrial zone went live, these bottom feeders needed to be gone. Sure enough, Boss Wang called that night. He said his partner wanted to meet at a tea out in Grand Hotel. No problem. I'll be there. Wang Ping'an smiled beside him. Yu looked curious. What was her husband so pleased about? He couldn't stop grinning. Just some small stuff. Men like that deserve to be put in their place. With that, Wang Ping'an went out, bought a voice recorder, and got in the car. He knew everyone at Houting Grand Hotel. The moment he arrived, they led him straight to a private room. Mr. Wang, this is my partner, young Master Wu. So you're young Master Wu. I assume you know what I'm considering? Young Master Wu gave a cold, dismissive hum. He looked bored. Wang Ping'an didn't react. That attitude was expected. If they wanted to put on airs, he would let them have their moment. Later, they couldn't say he hadn't given them a chance. Respect had to be earned. I heard you're planning 100 million investment. That amount isn't large for us. You should know, our clients are global. We're partnered with many international listed companies. Right, the local bosses told me about your operation. A 95% return on interest is generous. Wang Ping'an played along, smiling, Even he would never promise a nearly 200 times return. And he wasn't some small-time operator like young Master Wu. That kind of math was simply impossible. Let's cut to the chase. We accept your investment. Here's the contract. If everything checks out, sign and transfer the funds. The man wrote down an account number. Wire the money directly, he said. A specialist would keep Wang Ping'an updated on progress, nothing to worry about. Fair enough. Let me see the contract. Wang Ping'an took the paper and read it carefully. Loopholes everywhere. Legally, it wouldn't stand up in court, packed with vague terms and clever omissions. Honestly, calling it a contract was generous. It looked like they had thrown it together overnight. Well, any issues? Young Master Wu raised an eyebrow, impatient. No issues, the contract looks thorough. I'll make the transfer. Wang Ping'an pulled out his phone to complete the payment, but the bank transfer limit kicked in. The SMS confirmation wouldn't go through. Zhong Hongyu leaned in, watching Chen Cheng's hands. Something wrong, Boss Chen? Nothing, maxed out my card. I'll grab another one. Chen Cheng waved the lobby manager over. He needed to run the terminal again to check. Right this way. The lobby manager knew Chen Cheng well. There was no way he'd slack off now. As soon as Chen Cheng stepped out of the room, he made a quick call to the authorities. Since the other side was using an offshore account, all they had to do was flag the domestic transactions. He turned to the manager. I want this handled clean. The fallout could be big. You bring the paperwork in as soon as it arrives. Back inside, Zhong Hongyu checked the time and started getting antsy. You think this kid's jerking us around? That came from Mr. Wang, who didn't bother hiding his impatience. The longer this dragged, the more his gut told him to walk relax. Chen Cheng's word is solid. He wouldn't joke around with something like this. Zhong Hongyu had full confidence in his own reputation. Deals never fell through on his watch. A man like Chen Cheng wasn't about to start trouble now. Maybe you're right, but what if he's setting us up? Wang was more cautious. Everyone in their circle had heard of Chen Cheng. Someone with that much weight didn't just roll over for no reason. The fact that he'd agreed at all still felt off, because everyone wants to make money. Zhong Hongyu's eyes narrowed. Chen Cheng's human just like the rest of us, and humans get greedy. The analysis hit the mark. Zhong Hongyu had read him well. Right on cue, Chen Cheng walked back in and gave them a nod. He said the bank would send someone personally to handle the interbank transfer. No problem, as long as Mr. Chen trusts us. Wang dabbed at the cold sweat on his forehead. What kind of talk is that? You know how close I am with Hongyu. We're all friends here. Chen Cheng smiled and told everyone to start ordering, eat whatever they wanted. How much could a few dishes really add up to? Zhong Hongyu, playing the good business partner, insisted they'd drink their fill tonight instead. Great. Chen Cheng snapped his fingers at the lobby manager. What's your most expensive red wine? I only drink red. Don't bring me anything else. He told the manager to line up the priciest bottles. If these two suckers walked out without burning through a few grand, his name wasn't Chen. Food wouldn't drain their wallets, but alcohol was a different beast. 1 bottle of wine here ran 20,000. And this was the restaurant. Prices went straight to the stratosphere. Don't hold back now. Everyone at this table is a player. You really think Mr. Wang is going to cheap out? Chen Cheng's words left Wang with zero room to refuse. Even if it stung, he couldn't stop the bottles from arriving. The bank rep is here. They'll need to review both sides' transaction histories. Verifying the accounts meant poking into Wang's records too. That's when Wang's composure finally cracked. His own history wasn't clean, and the sudden scrutiny hit a nerve. He started to stand, mumbling something about the restroom. But Chen Cheng's voice cut across the table. Nobody's leaving yet. Boss Chen, I just remembered something came up at home. I'm out. Wang shot Zhong Hongyu a quick look, begging for backup, but his feet were already edging toward the door. "This involves an offshore account, you two should hold tight for a minute." The staff had already looped in the authorities. "Results wouldn't take long, fine. Have them settle the bill. I'm hitting the restroom." Chen Cheng flashed a smile and walked out. The lobby manager, naturally, didn't ignore him. With no way out, Wang swiped his card and paid. Moments later, officials stepped into the private room and hauled both men out. "Economic fraud. As simple as that. What's going on? Why are you taking them?" Chen Cheng returned looking genuinely confused, his frustration almost believable. "Boss Chen, you have to speak up for us." Wang barely got the words out before he was dragged away. The amount involved was massive, and an investigation was already underway. "Well, that's that." Chen Cheng strode out of the restaurant. The bill was paid, so he had nothing to linger for. It turned out the sting didn't just snare Zhong Hongyu. The whole network sprawled across 13 provinces, and every connected player got rounded up in one sweep. Looks like the pressure's paying off. The central region is ready to open up now. Everything Chen Cheng had done up to this point had been groundwork. His goal was brutally simple: fortify the market's core. That was the only way he could push expansion at breakneck speed. Business was no different from war, only his weapons were goods and logistics. All across the country, profitable industries and hungry competitors were sitting out there. Every one of them was a target. Bottom line, he had the money. The only thing left was figuring out where to aim it. Chen Cheng's phone buzzed. An hour later, Wang Khan, his sharpest sales lead, didn't bother with small talk. "Boss, you hear about this, old nine, the big shot up in the provincial capital. Just put out word anyone who stocks your product is picking a fight with him." The news hit Chen Cheng harder than he expected. "What's his deal? Is he in food?" "No, not food, but the guy's got his fingers in everything. Used to be the local tough guy type, and now he practically owns the commodities market in a whole district." That genuinely surprised Chen Cheng. Did men like that still operate in broad daylight? "I'd love to go head to head with this old nine. What's he got that makes everyone fall in line?" Chen Cheng's response was immediate. He told every salesperson on his roster to push into that market using his playbook. A market didn't belong to anyone. It belonged to whoever had the nerve to claim it. Wang Khan still sounded uneasy. "I'm just saying, maybe we shouldn't charge in blind. They're locals. We might be strong, but we're outsiders here." That single warning had already taught him the world wasn't as simple as they'd imagined. "Don't worry. If this goes sideways, I'll take the hit myself." Chen Cheng stood behind his decisions. He ran a clean operation. There was almost nothing they could pin on him. About 2 hours later, his phone rang again. One of his field guys, and from the sound of it, trouble was already knocking.